menemukanmu saat ku terjebak di situasi yang membuatku resah. Kau merangkulku di saat yang lain menindasku. Ingin rasanya aku selalu bersamamu, tapi mengapa tiba-tiba seakan kau pergi, melepas rangkulanmu dan berhenti melindungiku tanpa sebab. Mungkin alam semesta tak menerimanya, dan waktu tak memberi kesempatannya. Tapi setidaknya kau telah merubahku dari resah menjadi luka. Ku menemukanmu saat ku terjatuh ke dalam ruang yang penuh kepahitan. Kau melindungiku di saat yang lain menyerangku. Ingin rasanya aku melihatmu di setiap langkahku, tapi mengapa tiba-tiba seakan kau pergi, melepas rangkulanmu dan berhenti melindungiku tanpa sebab. Mungkin alam semesta tak menerimanya, dan waktu tak memberi kesempatannya. Tapi setidaknya kau telah merubahku dari resah menjadi luka. Namun aku akan tetap di sini menunggu alam semesta menerima, dan angin membawakan jawabannya, karena detak jantung dan nadiku akan selalu merindukanmu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone is feeling well today. So if you are feeling a bit anxious, then maybe you need a cup of coffee and a breakfast, right? So I would like to remind every participant to fill in the registration form by scanning the QR code on your screen right now, because we need your details to produce the certificate of attendance, which you are entitled for joining this event today.
Kalau kau tidak percaya, ambil kapak pelalap dadaku ini. Kalau kau mau percaya, bagus lagi siapa saja yang kau pilih. Memang susah, aku mau lari, dan aku tetap setia menanti. Aduh sayang, jangan kau begini. Mana tahu tiba-tiba saya berhenti. Walau bertahun ku tunggu jawaban darimu, engkau masih membisu. Biarpun kau sudah tahu, hanya kau ku mau, engkau masih membisu. Lebih baik kita jatuh cinta. Cinta kita sampai bila-bila. Kalau kau tidak percaya, ambil kapak pelalap dadaku ini. Kalau kau mau percaya, bagus lagi siapa saja yang kau pilih. Memang susah, aku mau lari, dan aku tetap setia menanti. Aduh sayang, jangan kau begini. Mana tahu tiba-tiba saya berhenti. Walau bertahun ku tunggu jawaban darimu, engkau masih membisu. Biarpun kau sudah tahu, hanya kau ku mau, engkau masih membisu. sayang, jangan kau begini. Mana tahu tiba-tiba saya berhenti. Walau bertahun ku tunggu jawaban darimu, engkau masih membisu. Biarpun kau sudah tahu, hanya kau ku mau, engkau masih membisu. Walau bertahun ku tunggu jawaban darimu, engkau masih membisu. Biarpun kau sudah tahu, hanya kau ku mau, engkau masih membisu. Walau bertahun ku tunggu jawaban darimu, engkau masih membisu. Biarpun kau sudah tahu, hanya kau ku mau, engkau masih membisu. Lebih baik kita jatuh cinta.
Banyak buat saya buat kok.
Kita sampai
Dan ini ada yang orang iringan gitu. Inilah yang penting orang iringan. Ada orang yang pesan online tuh. Tiga cukup lah. Saya cetak banyak tadi sebab komputer ada masalah. Tiba-tiba down, kemudian cetak balik dia keluar semua. Bocor dah.
Ya, ada sama Pak.
Ada kamu hari kuliah tak? Setelah tu 4 Artinya saya bawa surat arahan rasmi perjalanan juga. Saya ada urusan yang mohon lagi penuntutan wanita yang tulisan kan. Tapi kerana baru dapat buat hari ini sebab saya menuntutan tanggal petang semalam. Tak lupa arahan rasmi itu kan untuk perjalanan. Ini saya tengah untuk proses ni kan, tapi tak boleh kasih slow dia kalau dia suara ni. Ini kononnya antarabangsa, ada komitmen dengan antarabangsa. Semua speaking bahasa Inggeris, tapi anjuran boleh teknik kota kenapa? Bagus ni bantuan ya. Okey, memang dia ada fikir tak? Itu memang fikir di punak pun memang ada di sana. Sebab dia orang telefon saya.
tangan kiri, poin pegang galas, tangan kanan penambai sumandang. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 lundus.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu and the Events Committee, I would like to welcome you to the International Webinar on Post-Pandemic Pedagogy and Curriculum Instruction 2022. It's been over 2 years since the COVID-19 hits us with tsunami impacts which altered our way of life. So much has changed since then, and today's speeches from our speakers will elaborate the post-pandemic adjustment in the academic environment.
Proses kamu dibayar allowance ke tidak?
So I was informed that we will have about 400 participants today. Thank you to everyone. And I'm very pleased and happy to know that we have participants joining in today all the way from Maldives, Iran, the Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, and Brunei, as well as local participants all over Malaysia. Hello to all of you and selamat datang semua.
Ada kamu dimaklumkan tak?
I'm also proud to share with you that 3 of our speakers today are born and raised in Sabah and has made notable contribution in their respective fields and institutions. We are also having one speaker with us today who has lived and worked in Sabah, particularly in Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu, for a few years. She has contributed significantly to the achievement of Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu. And finally, we are also having one speaker who lives in the neighboring country, very close to Kota Kinabalu. As I was saying here in Sabah goes, kita-kita juga baini. Okay? So, I just want to go through the tentative for today. This event will be divided into 2 sessions. 4 speakers will deliver their speech in the morning session and 1 speaker in the afternoon session. Before we resume with I hope you will bear with us until the end of this event for a fruitful information, sharing and knowledge. So while we are waiting for the other participants to register, we leave you with this song.
Satu, dua, tiga. Satu, dua, tiga. Lundus. Lundus punya lundus. Pandai sudah memegang. Tangan kiri poin pegang galas. Tangan kanan perambai sumandang. Satu, dua, tiga.
Rexona baru.
Sabah, mana kau mau cari? Semua lawa-lawa, pandai masak nasi. Muka cantik-cantik, memang tidak lari. Pandai lagi dari kaum lelaki. Sumandak Sabah, mana kau mau cari? Semua lawa-lawa, pandai masak nasi. Muka cantik, memang tidak lari. Pandai lagi dari kaum lelaki. Sumandak Sabah, mana
Now, ladies and gentlemen, to start off the program, I would like to invite Ustaz Raja Ahmad bin Raja Husin to recite the doa. Please welcome.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وبه نستعين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ya Allah, we raise our hands in gratitude, thankful for the blessing of organizing the international webinar on post-pandemic pedagogy and curriculum instruction. Therefore, O Allah, we pray for the blessings for our academic endeavor to run smoothly. Bestow upon us the abundance of beneficial knowledge and virtue, clear perspective and truthful wisdom. O Allah, grant us the good of this world and the hereafter. Bless us every step of the way toward excellence, be it in the academic or non-academic fields. Guide us through the excellence you bestow upon us to give back to our society. Bless us with the competence to ensure that we continue to serve for the betterment of Ummah in general thereafter. O Allah, bless us in unity. Bless us in unity and harmony. Unite us in the spirit and in the strength of making our goal and vision a success. Guide us in our efforts to disseminate knowledge and uphold the virtue of education. Amin, amin, ya Allah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Taqabbalallahu minkum.
Thank you, Ustaz. Without further delay, I hand over the session to Ms. Azna Japilin, our moderator for today. For your information, Ms. Azna is a lecturer in General Studies Department of Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adrian. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to our esteemed speakers and all of our participants for today's seminar. My name is Siti Azna binti Japilin, and before we start with the first session, let's watch a brief video from Asia Pacific International University of Thailand.
Hi, this university here will blow your mind just like it blew mine. It is international, safe and secure environment to enjoy campus life, and it will help you to be fluent in the language of the now and future. You want to know why it's different? Here is why. Many educational systems focus only on academics. They forget the holistic education of the mind, body, spirit, and social aspect to the point it can affect your future. So it doesn't matter if you have money, how motivated, smart, or intelligent you are, because in reality, the well-rounded experience will give you a high-quality education. Then I heard about this university.
Hi, my name is Sirod Sarachakun, and welcome to Asia Pacific International University.
This university has accomplished professors from universities around the world, international students from more than 33 countries, and modern facilities to enjoy your university life. And you are not hearing all these just from me.
My name is Xworthy and I am from Malaysia.
Axworthy doesn't like to stay in his room, so he goes to a different place every day. From his dorm to the cafeteria to classes to the library, from the library to the sports facilities, to do volunteer service on the weekends, and he even does shopping. Just like Axworthy, people from more than 33 countries around the world came to this university because of its people, the holistic education, vibrant social life, and because they are making education a human right, not a privilege.
We have only one mission, a mission to impact the world.
It is time to see the bigger picture. Not many people choose well, but the ones who do can truly, truly make a change.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our first speaker today. Our first speaker for today is Mrs. Rita Maidom Lampadan. She is currently working as the Vice President for the Academic Administration at her uni, and she is currently pursuing a doctorate in leadership at her alma mater. She graduated from National University of Malaysia, and afterward she further studied in Southeast Asia, Union College in Singapore, and also she was a graduate of Andrews University, Michigan in USA. Her field of study is English, and which she earned both her BA and MA in that field. She has extensive teaching experience in Southeast Asia, namely Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand, respectively. And without further ado, let us invite our first speaker, Mrs. Rita Maidom Lampadan, with her speech, Creating Support for Teacher and Students. Please welcome her.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mrs. Rita, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for the kind introduction, and it's really very nice to feel very Malaysian this morning to hear all the music and to see, you know, the Malaysian accent, and just being surrounded by what do you call that, things that make you feel Malaysian. So, but I'm aware that this is a very international webinar, and so while greeting the Malaysians, I would also like to greet participants from basically all over the globe. And this morning, I'm very privileged to share with you some insight into creating support for teachers and students in the post-pandemic era. I think I'll share my PowerPoint with you. Let me see. Just a minute. Just give me time. Okay. Are you able to see my PowerPoint? Oh. Hello? Okay, very good. Okay, wonderful. sorry, let me set my time. I'm given only certain, I think about 40 minutes to speak, so I have to make sure I stay within that time. Okay. Now I think for all of us, it's no secret how difficult the COVID situation has been on education. And so as we look at the future, we think of how it will be like once we go back on site. And I really like the term post-pandemic because I think it really it reflects hope that COVID is not going to make education remote or online forever. And I was really encouraged as I was actually working on this, preparing for this presentation, because thinking about a better future after all the problems with the COVID-19. But as we face the future, we also realize that as we move forward, hoping for something better, the past has impacted us in many ways. And so we can look at the challenges in two areas: challenges experienced by our students and challenges faced by teachers. Now, there are many challenges, but this morning I looked specifically at two challenges faced by students: learning loss and mental health. And for the teachers, is their well-being and effectiveness or coping ability. Now, regarding students, I think what we have read in literature about students learning during the pandemic is that there is a lot of learning loss. The sudden move from on-site to online has disadvantaged so many students, especially those who are struggling economically, because learning online means you have to have stable access to internet. You have to have a good working device, not just any device, but a device that is able to cope with the demand for strong online learning. And they have also been struggling with isolation and all the concern with sickness and death and loss of income because of the upheaval that's caused by COVID-19 has created tremendous mental health issue among our students. But things have not been easy for teachers as well. The demand to move in a very short time from on-site to online and trying to figure out a way to continue teaching, maintaining quality at the same time has been very, very challenging for our teachers. And so many teachers are exhausted. And our teachers always are willing to work hard. Otherwise, they don't want to be teachers in the first place. But the demand to cope with the changes have been very tiring. And so we wonder how the future is going to be like. And so this morning, I am looking at how we can support both our students and teachers. Now, in terms of learning loss recovery, there are some possible solutions. But before I move further, just think about how much our students have lost. And it really depends on where they are. As I mentioned a while ago, many of them have been challenged by technological lack of resources, for instance. And so they could not get the full benefit of education that could have been offered had there been no COVID. And so they're coming to us, they're coming to the universities, for instance. Imagine first-year students. They are coming less prepared in comparison to previous students. I'm talking about in terms of content, in terms of how much they have acquired. So how do we deal with this? When they come to us, how can we help them to make up for the lost time, lost instruction, for instance? Now, when I review the literature, these are some possible solutions, like additional learning time. Additional learning time means just beyond what the regular time dedicated for learning. Now, according to Allensworth and Swartz, this can be quite effective if students choose to attend the additional learning time, and if the quality of instruction is high. The other one is instructional solutions. Now, the additional learning time is oftentimes done at the institutional level. Maybe the academic office, for instance, mandates that we will extend study time. But the instructional solution is more at the faculty member level, the teacher's level. And this one involves the identification of loss and the development of adequate intervention. And there are two ways we can deal with that. We deal with this problem. I'm sure there are other ways, but at least these are the two most common ways to deal with loss of learning. One is tutoring, and the second one is individualized learning plan. Tutoring, we have good news here. Tutoring has been found very effective when it is high dosage and targeted at the right problem. So according to Barshay, tutoring effect sizes are the largest of all educational interventions. Tutoring, however, does require financial resources because you have to pay the tutors. But this is one of the things that we can consider doing when we notice that our students are struggling and they need help with tutoring. The other one is individualized learning plan. Individualized learning plan is a recognition that there is no one size fits all solution. I think as teachers, we have to remember that our students, even though they're all human beings, maybe we can categorize them as men and women, a male, female, boys and girls, for instance, but they have a lot of variation in the way they study. They come from different contexts. So the problem of A is not necessarily the problem of B. And giving a global solution to our students sometimes doesn't work, or many times it doesn't work because students just have different problems from one another. Now, it does not mean that students will never have the same problem. They do. But to a large extent, each student needs to be analyzed individually if we are serious about giving effective help. Now, according to Hess, this individualized learning plan allows the teacher to develop targeted support for both academic and emotional needs. That's a way to make a connection with the students, not only academically, but also socially. Now, I've talked about learning loss and now mental support, because these are two big things, two big concerns as we move forward toward post-pandemic. Mental health support, what can be done about this? Now, one, we have to help the students to become aware of the importance of mental health and well-being. See, many times students are not aware that they are going through what you call that mental health issue. They probably think, oh, I'm just feeling this way, or I am just thinking, or maybe I have the tendency to think this way, not recognizing that it's actually a mental health issue. And because they are not aware of it, they usually don't seek for help. Once they know, if they can recognize that a certain way of thinking and a certain way of feeling and a certain way of behaving is indicative of a mental health problem, it's more likely that they will seek support. And to help students, we can also provide academic accommodations such as flexible deadlines. We have, at least at Asia Pacific International University, we have developed policies to try to support our students as they go through very challenging situation. We have extended deadlines and given more time for students to complete their assignments. We have such policies even before the pandemic actually, but we use it more often and more widely during the pandemic situation. And so as we move forward, because our students are still struggling, these kind of accommodations will need to be done from time to time as needed. And we also can create motivating learning environment. One of the biggest things that I think many students struggle with during the pandemic, and we can see it being carried over to the new era post-pandemic, is the lack of motivation. It's amazing. It's really amazing how powerful motivation is and how powerful lack of motivation is. It's almost like, okay, if we were a balloon, for instance, our motivation is like the air in the balloon. When there's plenty of air, you know, the balloon is inflated beautifully, and it can bounce nicely. But once the air is gone, you know, it just lies flat wherever it is. And I think motivation is like the air in the balloon. And creating a motivating learning environment is a top priority for any of us in the educational field. And the fourth one is to establish strong pastoral care within the educational community. I think the COVID situation has helped us to realize how important it is to support one another, and in the educational community, for students to support each other, for teachers to support each other, and for teachers to support the students. Now, a statement about stress from some studies here. Given that stress is a primary precipitant of mental illness, policies that reduce stress by offering students financial support, for instance, income supplements and social support, may be necessary and represent important mental health prevention efforts. So in general, what we need to do is to try find ways to reduce stress. I think we all know we can't get rid of stress totally, and certain amount of stress is healthy. But when students deal with constant stress, that becomes dangerous, and that could easily lead to mental health issue. And so as institutions, as school and as university, we can start looking at thinking of ways and how we can develop policies that will help our students and teachers to deal with less stress. Now, I'm going to the teachers now. For the students, I've talked about the importance of dealing with the learning loss and mental health. Now, with the teachers, okay, we are going, then they have their own challenges too. Here's a statement. Teachers are critical drivers of student learning. It means that teachers are very integral to the learning of our students. Without teachers, very few students can actually learn. You know, maybe we have learned about Abraham Lincoln, who actually self-taught, you know, who basically learned a lot of things by himself. But most people are not Abraham Lincoln. Most students will need teachers. Now, there is some important statement from UNESCO, UNICEF, and the World Bank. They basically put together this article. There will be no recovery without empowered, motivated, and effective teachers. And I think this title of this article highlights the centrality of teachers in providing good education, quality education. And of course, this article is written in light of the pandemic situation and beyond. And so here it is. This is the statement they have made. As countries seek to recover learning losses and build education sectors back better, teachers will play a critical role. It is therefore more essential than ever that countries celebrate, prioritize, and invest in their teachers so that they are prepared, supported, and empowered to lead education recovery efforts. And another one from Wayshare, she looked at some presentation and some studies done on education in pandemic and beyond, and she makes the following statement. Okay. Interviews with teachers have reinforced the idea that teachers are capable of innovation, but the pandemic has left many too exhausted to take on new initiatives. Initiatives can be enjoyable and energizing when teachers are actively involved in shaping change that they believe will benefit them and their students. However, it will be hard to create such a productive environment unless teachers feel supported and trusted by administrators, policymakers, and communities. And I think there are so many teachers among us today, if not everyone is teacher. I think we can all identify and we can all wholeheartedly agree with the statement that in order for us to do well, we need to feel supported and trusted. Giannini, Jenkins, and Saavedra recommended 3 priorities for teacher development. One is to ensure teacher well-being. A while ago, I mentioned about how students struggle with mental health, but teachers are not supermen and superwomen. They also deal with mental issue and health issue. So when institutions look at how they can provide support for teachers, foremost among the type of support that can be given is to ensure teacher well-being. That teachers can enjoy good health, not only physically, but psychologically, that they also have good, they have stable mental health. And this can be provided, and this can be, we can hope to achieve this outcome by the kind of policy development and system design, and also support from the institution. And the second one is to provide high quality teacher professional development and learning throughout their careers. Education is a field that requires teachers to constantly grow because of the development of new knowledge all the time. In order for them to be able to teach the 21st century students up to date, teachers need to be constantly updated with the information that's happening in their field through professional development. And then the third one is to give teachers access to adequate technology. Now, not just to give teachers technology, but to train and support them in developing skills to use them effectively. Now, they also identified 3 key principles to guide the priorities I have just shared. One is to actively engage teachers in designing learning recovery policies and planning. Now, when it says to engage teachers, it means to listen to teachers. I have been in the administration for a while, and one of the biggest blind spots I think I have struggled with in the past is not not listening enough. Sometimes administrators think that they are know and understand. If they have been a teacher before, they'll think they understand. But oftentimes we don't understand. We actually need to listen to the teachers talk about their work and about their challenges rather than assuming that we understand. It means that all policy development needs to be informed by teachers' feedback. And the second one is to design and implement teacher policies with a system perspective, which is effective, coherent, and well-articulated system. It means that rather than developing only one policy or one system to help teacher, there should be a network of system to help teachers to develop. It's only when we provide a well-articulated system can we provide adequate support to teachers. And if we listen to them, if we seek for their feedback, we will be able to develop a better support system, and better policies to allow them to function effectively in the classroom. And then the third one is to allow the vision of building back better to guide efforts. Building back better simply means to always aim for improvement. Constantly evaluate, regular evaluation of what we are doing, and ask the question, what works, what doesn't work, and what can we make better? But in all of these things, the teacher's feedback is very crucial. Well, I think I actually created the bonus section because I wasn't sure if I will be able to have enough time. But there is still time. And I'd like to share from Fong, creating a motivating environment. As I mentioned a while ago, I believe that motivation is a very powerful element in education. A motivated teacher is willing to climb Mount Kinabalu many times over to help the students. But a teacher who is not motivated will not even be willing to walk in the field. It means, and it's the same thing with our students. When they have motivation, they are willing to do even what is difficult. And so there's this section on creating a motivating environment, especially as we think about what it will be in the post-pandemic classroom. Now, I have summarized them, but there will be a little bit more explanation later in the other slides. So Fong suggests that we give students meaningful choices about what they work and how. Okay, I'll explain this a little bit more afterward. And provide constructive feedback, present rationale for assignments or chosen topics, and normalize challenges and growth, but not minimizing them. Okay, we will see. I will talk a little bit more about the first three, but not the last one. But the last one simply encourages us to help our students and ourselves to realize that challenges are part of life. But we don't want to minimize them in a way that we give the impressions that we don't care. Now, meaningful choices. So when designing assignments or learning activities, give students 3 to 5 choices regarding the topic, task, prompt, questions, or direction. So too few or too many choices may backfire. Now, I understand many of our Asian students don't like choices. They don't like options. I remember when I was in, I think Form 3. I don't know what it is now, Form 3. In middle school, in the art class, the teacher will say, "Okay, you can draw anything. It's up to you. You're free to choose. And given that freedom, some people will be very happy, but many of us will struggle like, what am I going to draw? Sometimes it's so much easier to be told what to do. But I realized that kind of attitude comes from the education that does not really encourage me to exercise my choices, my decision-making ability. So this may be a little challenging for some students, but they will learn. They eventually will learn to decide for themselves. Sometimes even at the university level, this can be a problem, especially if they come from academic background where they are always told what to do and never encouraged to think for themselves. Now, when designing a course syllabus, incorporate opportunities for students to choose among a few options. Again, giving them option. And when designing large projects, encourage self-directed learning and ownership. Now, this does not mean that the students will have complete freedom without any supervision. The supervision is still there. The instruction will provide meaningful scaffolding, structure, and guidance while nurturing the students' motivational resources. So this is regarding meaningful choices and constructive feedback. Okay. First, give informational praise that identifies specific strengths in the student's work or approach. So many times we simply say, very good, or good, but we don't tell the students what is good. When there's a piece of assignment, I said, very good. I said, do you know which one is good? We don't know. Oftentimes the students don't know. We just say, oh, everything is good. But according to Fong, identifying specific strength of the work is more meaningful for the students. Provide concrete directions for how the work can be improved. Sometimes I receive the evaluation result, as someone in my position, I need to be evaluated. Sometimes they will say, oh, this needs to, for instance, maybe they will say, the administration is bad. That is a very difficult feedback to receive because you have no idea what is bad. That's it. What is bad? If they can say, oh, maybe the time management needs to improve, office time needs to start on time, for instance, or you need to provide prompt feedback to questions, for instance, that would be concrete. But to say that something is good or something is bad, they're almost useless because it doesn't really tell you much except that the general impression of the person. So provide concrete directions for how the work can be improved. A student came and showed me a comment she received from a teacher, and the comment says, revise this essay, it's confusing. Now, the student said, I don't know which part is confusing because for me, everything is clear and I don't know what the teacher finds confusing. Now compare this to a feedback that will actually points out to a specific thing in the essay and that says, this sentence contradicts this statement. And because of this paragraph is confusing. This needs to be reconciled so that is not confusing. That would be a concrete direction. So that kind of feedback is helpful for our students. When we ask them just to make improvement based on very hazy recommendation, we really I think teachers make it very stressful for the students because it's not very clear for the students what needs to be done. The third one, communicate your standards for the work and believe that students can meet these feedbacks. Sorry, can meet these standards. And structured rubrics may be useful to assist with these strategies. Now, the rubric should identify strength, improvement that needs to be made, and standard for excellent work. Here, what Fong says regarding providing feedback. Feedback, okay, avoid providing feedback that just serves as justification for the grade. I think maybe sometimes we want to explain why we give F or D or C or B or A to students, rather than looking for ways, communicating the strength of the work and the areas that need to improve. And the last one, incorporate multiple attempts to revise and redo an assignment as opportunities to keep learning from feedback and to foster students' mastery goals. I appreciate this suggestion to give multiple attempts because I have often wondered. Now we give a lecture and then we give an assignment and grade the assignment good if we return it on time for them to learn from it. Now I grade the assignment and then record the score and then move on to the next one. And I wonder, is that effective? And I have made a conclusion by now that that's not very effective, because you were giving an assignment and then measuring it, simply just checking what did you learn. But if I allow them to redo and improve in the area that they are weak, that means I am communicate interest in helping them to learn better. And so multiple attempts to revise and redo is a strategy to encourage learning, because it goes beyond just measuring what they have learned and what they have not learned, but also to ensure that they are learning whatever it is that they want to learn. And the last one is the rational provision. Fong recommends that we explain things to our students. When we write our course outline, a syllabus, incorporate rationales for why the course might be useful for students' future goals and real-world applications. I remember how so often in the past I would just go to the classroom and I said, okay, this is the course outline for this course. This is the objective. Not making any attempt to connect it to their future career, to how this course can be useful in the future. And according to Fong, when we do this, when we explain how a course is relevant to the students will be more interested in the course. And now it's not just for the course outline or syllabus, but also for any task in the course. Give a short rationale for why the task might be important, meaningful, or relevant for students. Sometimes as teachers, we give a lot of assignments without explaining why the assignment is helpful to them. Or we can just say, it's good for you to do it. Also very abstract. What is good about it? And then the assignment could also include space for students to articulate their own connections between the materials and their own interest. I think another term for this is reflection. We can allow students to reflect on the learning and to link the learning to their own interests or to their future career. And when the students are making a connection between theory and practice or their own personal life, the learning will be more memorable and more interesting. And the last one here is to introduce a new topic when introducing a new topic as you teach, frequently make connections between the materials and points of relevance, okay? Particularly around students' pro-social or societal goals. Students nowadays often ask, why should I learn this? Why do I need this? They want to know that they are getting their money's worth. And sometimes if they think it's not useful, they are not very interested in the learning process. Okay, this is basically the references that I have consulted in the preparation for this presentation today. Now, I just want to conclude by making a statement of the recognition that all of these things are easier said than done. I know. Practicing what is effective, what works, is not easy. And all the recommendations, for instance, and to the institutions, in reality, we are all challenged by limitation in our resources. And despite our best intention at times, we cannot give more to our students or to our teachers. But I have realized one thing. When our students and when our teachers realize that we have their best interest at heart, and when they realize that we are there to support them, even when we cannot provide the best working environment, when they feel supported to the best that we can, and when they feel that we appreciate them, there will be more air in the balloons. Remember, a while ago I mentioned how motivation is like the air in a balloon, and they will be able to float. I am speaking from my own experience, from finding out that many times teachers are willing to go the extra miles for their institutions, for their students, when they have a lot of motivation, when there's a lot of air in themselves. And besides doing all this policy revision, besides doing all the changes for our students, if we remember and keep in mind that there are many things that we can do to motivate each other and motivate our students and ourselves as well, we can go a long way. And as we face the uncertain future, the post-pandemic situations, I think we can be hopeful, knowing that there are things that we can do for each other and for ourselves as well as we face uncertain future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rita. That was a very positive input from her on teaching and some of the strategy that we can actually apply. And I believe it is now the time for Q&A session. We have about 15 minutes. And if you have, if anybody in the audience have any questions, you may want to type in the chat box and I'll read the question for you. Is there any questions? While waiting for the question to come in, Mrs. Rita, I am very much interested when you mention about giving flexible deadlines, and I think this one is quite a problem for teachers everywhere, where we have to find balance between giving flexible deadlines and being strict with our students, especially during pandemics where the interaction is mainly online. Is there any suggestion that you can give where we can actually establish the boundaries on giving flexible deadlines, but at the same time uh, getting the best out of our students?
Okay. Well, thank you for the question. Now, I think when we want to give flexible deadlines, it simply means that it's not just they can submit anytime. But this is what we have done at Asia Pacific International University. We have a deadline, but we also recognize that students sometimes go through a very difficult situation in life. And if they, of course, they have to give evidence of cases, maybe sickness or maybe accident, and then because of this issue, then we will give additional time for the students to to complete the assignment. So it's not just like there is no deadline at all. There is, but we are willing to consider giving additional time when there is a need for the situations that is authentic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Rita. And there is one questions in the chat box where this, who is this? This one is from Edrionto. I'm sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Is it possible for you to elaborate a little bit more on how to, when you mention about investing in teachers?
Okay. Investing in teachers means here the institution has to be prepared to set aside a sizable amount of budget. One, to support teachers. Well, mainly to support teachers by ensuring that they have access to, for instance, good health benefit, for instance, or professional development allowance, and also to support them. For instance, over here at AIU, we give everyone a professional development allowance that they can use to attend conferences and also to purchase devices like laptop, for instance. So investing in the teacher means the institution is setting aside budget to support and help the teachers to grow, giving them time and financial support.
And there's one interesting question in here. This one is on how to deal. What is the strategy to deal with a big class?
Okay, that kind of question cannot be answered in 2 sentences, unfortunately. You need another presentation on how to deal with a big class. But it's big class, I think it's a common problem in many of our universities. But there is a way to actually deal with bigger classes. What do you call that? To a level that it can be manageable. But maybe I will just briefly share some of the things that we have done. Like we can, grouping of students according to the work. Yeah, and also revising the assignment in such a way so that the teacher does not need to go grading individual paper. Like you can do group assignment occasionally, or group work, for instance, but still you have individual assignments to know that the students are individually learning. There's problem with group work. Sometimes some people are doing more than others, so that can be problematic as well. And I think that's all I can think of right now. But I just like to acknowledge that dealing with a big class is challenging, but it really depends on what kind of challenge you are facing so that we can maybe recommend some strategies. But it is never easy. It's never easy. I will tell you, a big class, especially if you want to get to know each of them, pay attention to them individually.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any more question? There is, I think this is a sharing from Dr. Darren there. It's an affirmation. He said, transitioning lesson online, we give more opportunities to students to reflect to lessons or tasks, which allowed them to really take a step back to see how the course they did with us was relevant to the bigger picture. And not often do students are given a chance to reflect. Typically, they are only given the chance at the end through the end of the semester feedback. And it is very technical, I believe, the end of semester feedback most of the time. Maybe one last question, Mrs. Rita. What is your opinion on getting students to contribute to syllabus design to match their need and interests?
Okay, thank you for the feedback from Dr. Darren, and also the question from I don't know, it is Chigu Nancy, yeah. We actually do that here. We encourage to get students' feedback. So I believe, okay, the short answer is that I believe in the benefits. Okay, I believe in the benefit of involving students to get their feedback in the syllabus design. Now, of course, there are things that the students cannot change. You know, the course description is there, the course objectives is there, but when it comes to the learning plan, for instance, the what do you call that? Yeah, the learning plan, then especially in the kind of projects that they can do, you can have a discussion with them. First, share with them the objectives, and then invite their feedback on how they can how this can be incorporated in the class. Remember, Fong suggested giving options to students. So this is also a good time to list several projects, for instance, like, okay, this is the objectives for this course, and this is a project that these are possible projects in which we can through which we can achieve the objectives. So you can also invite them to suggest other projects that can be added to the course, for instance. Okay. You can also ask the feedback for okay, this is one of the things I usually do, is that after maybe 4 weeks of classes, I will ask them to give the opinion of things that are going well in class and things that not going very well. And they will give their feedback anonymously. Now, it is very important to get it anonymously, because Asian students, I'm thinking of Asian students, are very afraid to say anything that they think can be interpreted as disrespect for the teacher, even if for improvement. So I like to give them complete safety so that I can truly hear from their hearts what should improve in the class. Yeah, so that's also one way for me to get feedback from the students. I know that's a little bit beyond the course design itself, but it's I think it's a good practice. I personally think it's a good practice. Thank you,
thank you
everyone,
very
for your
much, Mrs.
attention. Any
Rita.
questions?
It was a very refreshing feedback on teaching and how do we overcome recovery loss. What is that just now? Loss, teaching some of the loss. Okay.
Learning loss.
And if there is no more question, I think we can proceed to the next session. Thank you very much, Mrs. Rita. And we would like for all of the participants to turn on their camera for the photo session.
Oh, by the way, sorry. Someone asked for the PPT. Maybe I will
Is
give
everyone's ready? I'm going to count 1 to 3 so that we can take the photo session when everyone is ready. Are we ready for the photo session? Our technical team says that we are ready. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you also to Mrs. Rita Maidom Lampadan for the input and for being here today. We feel very honored to have you here with us today, Mrs. Rita.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to our second speaker for the day. We will start off by watching a video from the Malaysia TVET Council.
Majlis TVET Negara (MTVET) telah ditubuhkan pada 18 Disember 2020. MTVET merupakan badan tertinggi pembuat keputusan berkaitan hala tuju TVET. Ia juga berperanan menambah baik penyelarasan ekosistem TVET melalui penglibatan pemegang taruh awam dan swasta. MTVET juga merupakan platform bagi kerajaan memperkasa TVET dalam membangunkan modal insan dan tenaga kerja berkemahiran tinggi dan menepati keperluan industri. 3 teras strategik TVET telah dirangka dengan 12 strategi pemerkasaan TVET. Terdapat 6 inisiatif utama MTVET, antaranya merangka model pembiayaan mampan, membangunkan polisi untuk menggalakkan penyertaan industri, mewujudkan pelan penjenamaan TVET nasional, menubuhkan TVET Collaboration Hub, mewujudkan polisi penyelarasan penawaran program TVET, membangun one-stop TVET data center. Buat julung-julung kalinya, mesyuarat Majlis TVET Negara Bilangan 1 2021 telah diadakan pada 11 Februari 2021 dan telah dipengerusikan oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri. Pada 3 Februari 2022, mesyuarat MTVET Bilangan 1 2022 telah dipengerusikan oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri Yaakob, Perdana Menteri, dan disertai oleh Menteri-Menteri Kabinet dan Wakil Industri secara dalam talian. Majlis TVET Negara ditubuhkan untuk menambah baik penyelarasan ekosistem TVET Negara yang terdiri daripada pelbagai kementerian dan agensi termasuk institusi TVET swasta serta pihak industri.
Our second speaker is no stranger to PKK. She was formerly the Deputy Director of PKK before being promoted to her current post. She is currently the head of unit, National TVET Council Secretariat in the Department of Polytechnic and Community College, Malaysia. Department of Polytechnic and Community College, Malaysia. And she is the head of unit of National TVET Council Secretariat, and she has obtained her diploma degree and master degree at University Technology Mara, also known as UiTM. She is very active in community services, and she is one of the interviewers at the Public Service Commission of Malaysia, and also a guest speaker at national and international webinar and conferences. And without further ado, I would like to invite our next speaker, Puan Nur Hanum binti Awang, to to present about TVET ecosystem plan in Malaysia. Please welcome her.
Okay, thank you very much to our moderator for introducing myself, and very good morning to ladies and gentlemen. Salam sejahtera and salam Aidilfitri from Malaysia to all of the viewers for the seminars today. As mentioned, that today my topic is about Malaysian TVET ecosystem plan. Okay. So maybe my topic today is not focusing on the pedagogy itself, but in the context it has a relevance correlation with that pedagogy, but in a macro level assimilation plan in focusing on the TVET development in Malaysia. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity for me to talk about what is a Malaysian plan for the TVET development. So before we go further, I would like to introduce or to just review what is the TVET education system in Malaysia. TVET is stand for Technical and Vocational Educational Training, and it refers to all forms and levels of education and training which provide knowledge and skills related to occupations in various sectors of economics in both schools-based and work-based learning contexts. So TVET supposedly focus on the learning and mastery of specialized techniques and scientific principles underlying those techniques, general knowledge, skills, and value. So TVET nowadays are recognized as a crucial vehicle for social equity, inclusive and sustainable development of a country. So the establishment of National TVET Council, which after this I will call as MTVET, which is stand for Malaysian TVET Council, is our Malaysian government manifestation in improving the coordination of country's TVET ecosystem in the effort to ensure that TVET rose as a national agenda. So the efforts undertaken by the MTVET are very significant to realizing the strengthening and the initiative formulated under the 12th Malaysian Plan. Under Budget 2022, Malaysian government has allocated 6.6 billion ringgit to empower TVET through various initiatives to be implemented by relevant ministries and agencies. This initiative will provide graduates who meet the needs of the industry to improve the quality of TVET institution, to strengthen the offering of industry-oriented programs, and also to intensifying active industry involvement. Before that, I would like to say I'm so sorry because our slides today is in BM, but I will try to explain it in English so everybody can understand what the topics today. So as an introduction, the cabinet meeting, please go to the previous slides. No, previous slide, please. The first one. Okay, right. The cabinet meeting on 18 December 2020, which was chaired by our former Prime Minister, Yang Amat Berhormat Tan Sri Datuk Haji Muhyiddin Haji Muhammad Yassin, accompanied by cabinet ministers and industry representatives, has agreed to propose establishment of Malaysian National TVET Council. As I said, the mandate is to establish MTVET, is to empower TVET, and is the highest decision-making body regarding the direction of the country's TVET. So the Council also has the role of improving the coordination of the TVET ecosystem with the involvement of all public and private stakeholders. So it is also a platform for a government to empower TVET in developing human capital and highly skilled workforce and meet the needs of the industry. So in this meeting, two papers have been presented and approved, which is the first one is National TVET Council, the new mandate of TVET empowerment agenda, and the other papers is about technical and vocational education and training empowerment agenda. All right. So who is TVET players? Second slide, please. Okay, who is our TVET players in Malaysia? As you can see, the national TVET providers in Malaysia is shaped by 11 ministries covering 640 public TVET institutions, 22 state governments TVET institutions, and 633 private TVET institutions. So it's quite large, right? So to date, there are 1,295 institution TVET provider in throughout Malaysia, which is providing certificate level, diploma, and also degree level of studies. In the latest development of TVET and the agenda of empowering TVET, the government is also recognizing the Malaysian Vocational Diploma, which is under school levels, as a gateway to a network of public technical universities in Malaysia. So they have a special gateway from schools in TVET to enter the universities technicals in Malaysia. And also the Ministry of Education Malaysia, MOE, is asked to make an initial exposure of the TVET education system from Form 1 so that they can make choice in accordance with their inclinations. So recognizing the importance of TVET, our Prime Minister, Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri, also agreed that campaigns, promotions and rebranding to be done comprehensively to dispel the perception that TVET is a second-class education, and it's also a time for TVET to be the main choice for youth in preparing for the future, because TVET has proven capable of producing skilled, trained and entrepreneurial culture individuals. Okay, as you can see here on the slides, that the largest institution that provide the TVET is under our Kementerian Pembangunan Luar Bandar, and Polytechnic and College Community is under MOE, is Ministry of Higher Education. Okay, next please. All right, so in empowering the national TVET, 3 strategic trusts, namely the first one is coordinated governance, tadbir urus bersepadu dan terselaras. The second one is industry-driven TVET, which is TVET dipacu industri. And the third trust is a future-proof TVET, which is TVET mencorak masa depan. This is a 3 strategy or trust has been formulated by our Malaysian TVET Council, and also as well as the 12 empowerment strategies have been outlined, as you can see. So this initiative will provide graduates who meets the needs of the industry, improve the quality of TVET institution, to strengthen the offering of industry-oriented program, and also to intensify active industry involvement, as I mentioned before. Okay, next. In realizing the strategy that I mentioned in previous slides, 6 key initiatives have been put forward as the direction of the TVET empowerment agenda. Okay, this initiative, the 6 initiatives, namely formulating a sustainability financial model, developing policies to encourage industry participation, establishing a national TVET branding plan, establishing a TVET collaboration hub, establishing a TVET program offering coordination policy, and also developing Data Raya TVET. So it's about Data 8 TVET, right? So this initiative is a strategic collaboration across ministries, 11 ministries that offering the TVET programs, and also supported by our industry involvement, has been and will be implemented on an ongoing basis to ensure that educational institutions can plan and train students with knowledge and skills that meet the needs of the industry. Currently, the initiative number 2 and number 4 has been approved by our cabinet, and TVET focus group is working on implementing other initiatives and is drafting presentation papers and consideration papers that will be tabled for approval in a series of scheduled meetings. So this agenda of TVET will carry on since 2021 to 2025. So we hope that all the initiatives will be realized and implemented during this 5 years time. Okay, just for the introduction of who is a committee of our Malaysian TVET Council. Okay, the administration structure of National TVET Council comprised of 3 levels. The first level is National TVET Council. The second level is Executive Committee, and the third level is Focus Group. Okay, the National TVET Council is chaired by our Prime Minister. So we can see that our Prime Minister is really eager to see that the TVET agenda of our Malaysian will be established during this 5 years' time. And the Executive Committee of National TVET Council is jointly chaired by our Higher Education Minister and also together with the Human Resource Minister. And the third level is Focus Group of National TVET Council, is chaired by our Secretary General of Ministry of Higher Education, and the Deputy Chairman is the Director General of JPPKK itself, iaitu our Ketua Pengarah, under the Education Department of Polytechnic and Community College. So within a year, MTVET will hold major meetings, which consists of 3 meetings of MTVET, 4 meetings of executive level, and 6 meetings within the group kumpulan fokus ataupun group fokus in a year. So each proposal must be brought through a presentation in a focus group before extended to executive level and subsequently approved in National TVET Council before it can be a national agenda. Okay, and as seen in the government structure earlier, so this is the membership of each level and the role of each committee that established. I would like to focus on the focus group level. So this is the base where the committee has to come out and propose a model-based solution to issue from the aspects of governance, industry, cooperation, program quality, funding, and also TVET branding. Okay, and next, so this is the 5 focus group that are led by figures and experts in their respective fields. It's comprised of 15 members appointed from various ministries and agencies in Malaysia. So the membership of industries, figures, and academic representatives who are also strategic partners helps facilitate the sharing of data, expertise, technology, new knowledge, and significant research for the benefit of policymakers and TVET practitioners. So the council is also compromised the various other ministries and agencies. So we just shown the leaders and the deputy of each of the group focus. So they are the personnel that in charge in thinking strategically to come up with a strategic plan to be proposed to our government before it can be implemented as a national agenda. All right. It was happened in 2021. So in 2022, another National TVET Council meeting was held on 3rd February 2022 and chaired by our new or present Prime Minister Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri bin Yaakob, which was conducted by teleconference and attended by 13 ministers, industry figures including from the Federation, Malaysian manufacturers, members of academics and student representative. So in this meeting, 3 consideration papers were presented, which is 2 papers were approved, namely TVET Empowerment Agenda Driven by Industry through the establishment of Government Industry TVET Coordinating Body, which is GITC. In Malay, it called Badan Koordinasi TVET Kerajaan Industri. And the second paper is a TVET Collaboration Hub, a new narrative of synergized collaboration for TVET Empowerment Agenda, which is in Bahasa, is a TVET Collaboration Hub, naratif baharu kolaborasi bersinergi bagi agenda pemerkasaan TVET. And I will introduce you briefly on these 2 papers that have been proven by our cabinet. Meanwhile, the third paper is about the penarafan tunggal, or we call it as a single accreditation program under TVET. It still need to be refined and represented at the next TVET Council meeting. But it's also be proposed, and maybe next meeting it will be acknowledged as one of the national agenda. Okay, just to introduce, so under Secretariat of Malaysian TVET Malaysia, comprised of 6 officers and led by the Ketua Unit, which is now by me, and 5 others officers appointed to facilitate each of the focus group that I mentioned. So the MTVET Secretariat is responsible for planning, managing and monitoring the implementation of the management of meetings, workshops and related matters at the level of the focus group, executive levels, and also the National TVET Council. So we have a body which is called a secretariat that will responsible to look into the agenda of the TVET National. Okay, for the next slide, so I will briefly explain actually the 2 papers that have been approved by the government, which is the one that I mentioned in the previous slides, is regarding the TVET industry melalui penubuhan Badan Koordinasi TVET Kerajaan Industri, which is also in English is an agenda driven by industry through the establishment of Government Industry TVET Coordinating Body, or GITC. After this, I will call it as a GITC. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, Malaysian government, for the first time in history, established an industry-led Government Industry TVET Coordinating Body, GITC, directly involved in the development of country's technical education and vocational training, TVET human capital. So our Prime Minister said that the establishment of the body is especially related to the skills and manpower needs of 12 associations based on the industry sector who agreed to work together to succeed in the national TVET agenda through the establishment of GITC. So the industry-led body will be directly involved in the development of TVET human capital, particularly in relation to skills and manpower requirements. So therefore, the main role of GITC is as a coordinator and facilitator for input from industry or industry association, and subsequently channel to ministries or agencies and public or private TVET providers. So the establishment of GITC is the line with overseas skills sector entities such as the Skills Sector Council, SSC, in United Kingdom, Australia and Canada, which serve not only as an advisory body but also involved in the development of standards, accreditation and certification, as well as identifying demand and supply of required jobs. So this model actually has been implemented in various countries, as I said, such as in UK, Australia and also Canada. Okay, next slide. All right. To realize the industry-driven TVET, an industry-led body needs to be established to coordinate industry input, involve representative of all economic sectors at the national level in workforce development, the industry. So at early stage, the establishment of GITC will focus on administrative with identified sectors to determine membership in each sector. GITC function will be streamlined the identifying skill needs and standard development by sector together with the ministry, agency and public and private TVET providers. So among the ministries or agencies and industry involved are MITI, Malaysian Industry Divisional Authority, MIDA, as you can see, MIDA, MPC, Malaysian Productivity Corporation, KSM, this is under Kementerian Sumber Manusia, Human Resource Ministry, MEF and also FMM. FMM is Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers. So the work of establish of GITC has begun with FMM taking the responsibility of spearheading the establishment of GITC Pro Tem Committee. With the president of FMM itself, which is Tan Sri Soh Tian Lai as a chairman, and with that 12 industry association have agreed to be on this committee along with 3 government representatives and the employee representative, right? So we have a very good support from our Malaysian Manufacturers Federation, which is chaired by our Tan Sri Datuk Soh Tian Lai. Okay, and next slide. So this is the 12 industry association, as I mentioned earlier, that will get involved in GITC under the supervise of industry, which is what we call industry-led. Therefore, the main role of the proposed GITC is as a coordinator and facilitator to give inputs channel to the ministry and agencies and also the private TVET providers. So they will gather all the information and channel to the ministry so that the TVET providers can plan and offers a program that in line with the industry needs in the future. All right. The second paper is about the TVET Collaboration Hub. Right, as I said, that is a narrative baru collaboration bersinergi bagi agenda pemerkasaan TVET. Right. Okay, I will explain it briefly also. Okay, currently, next slide, please. Okay, this is the model of the TVET Collaboration Hub. Okay, so currently the implementation of TVET education in Malaysia is according to ministries and agencies, which with different roles and function without coordination at the national level. So therefore, there is an issue of overlap in various aspects such as program offering, partnership, resources, and governance. So with this model, under the third thrust, strategy yang ketiga, TVET Shaping the Future has made the TVET Collaboration Hub, which is TCH, the fourth initiative in the effort to empower the national TVET. So TCH emphasized the concept of synergistic collaboration between TVET institution and industry, right? So the implementation of TVET Collaboration Hub involved 11 ministries and is aligned with the Ministry of Higher Education. The hub served as a platform for strategic collaboration of expertise, equipment, and technology between centers of excellence with the TVET institution, regional economics, and also industrial authorities. And the management of TVET system, which emphasized the concept of this synergetic collaboration, will be practiced by various countries, has been practiced actually by various countries, such as in Australia, India, and also South Korea. So through this model with the Malaysian formula, we hope that from the success stories that we learn and take it from the countries such as Australia, India, and South Korea. So we hope that the mapping of the TCH component, namely hub, spoke, enabler, and benefactor, will carry a descriptive starting to be a center of industrial excellence related to industries. All right. So, okay. Thank you for this. Right, okay. All right. As a result of this initiative, okay, there were 12 adaptations of TCH ecosystem from 131 centers of excellence for industry has been set up, which is 4 in northern region, 3 in central region, 3 in southern region, and 2 at east coast region, which is in Borneo, in Sabah and Sarawak, which is quite new. So this initiative is expected to strengthen the symbiosis of the TVET ecosystem in connecting stakeholders to bridge the gap between demand and supply of manpower, providing future graduates who meet industry needs, to improve the quality of TVET institution, and also to strengthen industry-oriented program. Okay, I have mentioned the 2 papers that have been proven or acknowledged by our cabinet. So in the near future, we're going to have one big event which is called Minggu TVET Negara, ataupun in bahasa is Minggu TVET Negara. In English is TVET Week, National TVET Week. So this initiative is strategically to promoting, to give a campaign and promoting a TVET as a first choice, no more second choice for student or the school leavers after they finish their school. So TVET is going to be one of the choice, right? So the TVET National Week will be launched by our Prime Minister, inshallah, in this June. Okay, so there will be a big event under national agenda under TVET development. So I think I said we don't have any more slides, right? Okay, so I think that's all I would like to share with all of you today. Thank you for participating and thank you for listening. So I will give it back to our moderator, Puan Azhar. Thank you very much. Saya kena stay for Q&A.
Okay, thank you very much, Puan Nur Hanum, for the input. And we do have a question here. What is the way forward of TVET in Malaysia?
It's a way forward.
What is the way forward?
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, actually we have a long plan for the TVET agenda in Malaysia. It was started in 2018 actually, and it was proposed by our government to put TVET as one of the national agenda, right? So with the initiative of the form of a Malaysian TVET Council is one of the starting point, right, to increase the what we call this as to improve the perceptions towards TVET education in Malaysia, right? So the way forward, as I mentioned in our slides previously, we have three trusts, tiga strategic. Just now, as I said, along with the 12 strategic. Yeah? So under the three strategic and together with the 12 strategic, they come up with a 6th initiative. The 6th initiative is to cover the national agenda with the collaboration of the 11 ministries in Malaysia, and KPT or Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi is one of them, and together with the 10 more ministries that provide a TVET education. So these councils is to what we call it to coordinate the development of TVET education in Malaysia. So we just started with the 2 papers, which is now ongoing. So in this year, we can expect that the TVET will be more prosperous, and there will be more campaigns and promotions to be carried out towards the TVET. And the utmost purpose of the TVET agenda is to become is the first choice of the school leavers, because we know that TVET is a very crucial skills to a developed country to be more developed in the future. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, there is one more question. We are pretty much for Polytechnic College community. TVET is the backbone of Polytechnic and College community, and there is a question on what are the plans in terms of overcoming the effect of the pandemic in terms of TVET planning towards Polytechnic and College community. I mean, in terms of education.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Now we are entering the endemic session, right? After the pandemic, so we can see that the countries now catch up. The economy is starting to catch up. We can see that now the business starts to live again. As I last night at the terminal airport, yeah, I can see that they back to normal. Right? There's a lot of people as compared the previous 2 years. Very dull. So we can see now the business is spurs up, okay, and people are adapting themselves to a normal life. It's not that to say that before this is abnormal, but normal life means that we start to live as what we used to be, all right? So in terms of the, the question just now is about the role of polytechnic.
What are the changes that TVET can apply after pandemic in terms of education, especially in polytechnic and college community?
Okay. So as I said that we are back to a normal life as before, so I think that the things that we can say that the students can come to have their physical or face-to-face teaching and learning, so that we know that there's a lot of challenge, not only for the students but also for the lecturers when the pandemic sessions where the students complains that they can't reach the educations as what they used to. But I think that some of the effect of the pandemic can be continuously applied in our education, such as an online education is still relevant, right? So we can combine, and I think that in a global education nowadays, the digitalization cannot be denied. We have to improve things from the one that we have started. Okay, the pandemic that teach us a lot of lessons. Some of it is still applicable to be continuously applied in our daily life. So in the context of polytechnic and college community in Malaysia, we have to move forward to fill in the gap and to improve ourselves, since that TVET has been taught by the government as one of the important agenda. So we have to take the opportunity to improve and to be relevant to the changes, right? So I hope that polytechnic and college community will take more initiative to be at par as other institutions that provide TVET in Malaysia. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Puan. Probably if there is any question from the audience, one or two questions, you may raise the hand emoticon so that our technical team can open the mic for you. Or maybe you want to write your question in the chat box also can, so that I can read the question for you.
Ada question ke?
Is there any question from the floor? One or two question? No question? Anyone wish to engage directly with Puan Nurhanum? I guess that's all the question we have for today.
Thank you.
Right. So before we finish with our second speaker, again, please turn on. I would like to request everyone to turn on their camera so we can have our photo session.
Okay.
Okay.
Ni kita boleh dapat background semua.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright. So turn on your camera so that we can have a souvenir from the webinar. Okay. Are we ready for the photo session? Yes. Okay. One. Or not yet?
Okay.
Alright. Are we ready? If you are ready, counting 1, 2, 3. Okay. One more.
Okay.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And another one. 1, 2, 3. Yes, and that's it.
All
Thank you
right.
very much, Puan, for being with us today. We feel very honored
Thank
for
you.
that
Thank you too.
input. Right? So we will move on to our third speaker for the day. But first, we are going to watch a video first.
University Technology Mara, or UITM, has been the place for acquiring knowledge and developing capabilities. From a training center to now a vast network of universities, UITM has campuses and faculties all over Malaysia. UITM allows for the pursuing of goals and earning a degree in any field of choice, with a mission to enhance the knowledge and expertise of Bumi Putras in all fields of study, through professional programs, research work and community service, while upholding moral values and professional ethics. Nestled amidst the greenery and some of the most scenic areas in the country, each university campus is strategically located in places where their presence inevitably provides an economic boost to the local community. The Vice-Chancellor is the Chief Executive Officer, heading the academic and administrative management of the university. UITM pledges to provide maximum opportunities to pursue professionally recognized programs of study in science, technology, industry, business, arts and humanities. University Technology Mara offers quality education at all levels of study, from foundation to postgraduate. The university has always been at the forefront in science and technology, as well as in management. It is a place where talent, skills and excellence are nurtured. UITM has a mission to empower the indigenous people through the provision of higher education in accordance with Article 153 of the Malaysian Federal Constitution and Act 173, University Technology Mara Act 1976. Duli Yang Maha Mulia, Sri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong is the Chancellor of UITM by virtue of his status as the King, as provided for by the law. To complete the teaching and learning activities at UITM, the university has made available modern and contemporary facilities such as the UITM Stadium, the house of UITM FC. With a capacity of 6,000, the stadium is the heart of soccer and it has played host to an international match in 2009. UITM also has an Olympic-sized swimming pool for the use of students and staff. The pool is also open to public on certain days. Built in 1972, Perpustakaan Tun Abdul Razak, or the PITA Library, has grown by leaps and bounds, housing thousands of international titles for all programs of study. Students' participation in extracurricular activities is highly encouraged and supported by the university. These activities would not only equip students with soft skills, but also train them to be balanced and holistic individuals to meet global requirements. As the largest public university in Malaysia, University Technology Mara has produced thousands of alumni who are successful individuals in their disciplines. University Technology Mara, Usaha Takwa Mulia.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dr. Khadija Said Hashim, a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Education in UITM. She graduated from RIUM in psychology, then furthered her study in educational psychology also from IIUM, and a PhD in special education from University Putra Malaysia. Without further ado, okay, let us invite our next speaker, Dr. Khadija Said Hashim, with her speech, Pedagogy of Care for Teacher Educator Beyond Roles and Responsibility. Please welcome her.
Thank you. I would like to say thanks to the moderator. I would like to check my voice. Is my voice clear, loud and clear?
Yes, Dr.
Thank you. Right. I told the secretariat to assist me with the slides for this morning, so I could have the chance to see each and everyone virtually. I really hope that if you feel comfortable and convenient to open and share your camera, please do so. So we have engagement. If you don't feel comfortable due to internet connection and all that, it's okay. We understood this is not the first time we are doing ODL or online virtual webinar. Okay, we had so many times and experiences. So we need to really, what do you call that, understand there are situations that not allow us to open and share our camera. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Qala rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Again, as the moderator had a brief, introductory about myself. My name is Khadija Said Hashim. Of course, bonded with UITM with a scholarship and all that. Actually, the origins from Sempurna Sabah. Yes, original Sabahan, inshallah. So for today, if you can see the, the slides that shared. Is the slide okay? Can I ask the moderator, is the slide okay? Yes. The topic for today's sharing, I'll call sharing. Okay, probably we have some similarity and differences when it comes to experiences conducting our teaching and learning in class, outside the class, or beyond classroom. So my title for today's sharing is, if you can see, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, the pedagogy of care or care pedagogy beyond roles and responsibilities. Next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen. So if you can see the objective, given the 45 minutes to share on my topic, and I outline 3 clear objectives. So by the end of the sharing, everyone, I really hope that can get an idea what is actually care pedagogy or pedagogy of care. So if you can see the yellow box or the yellow circle there, it's to define pedagogy of care, or the short form will be POC. And then the second one in the middle, the objective would be to highlight or highlighting the importance and significance of POC to each and every one of us, teacher, educator, lecturer, be it in primary, secondary, elementary, and colleges, higher education institutions. Now, the last objective finally I will actually highlight on the how part, to share some of the strategies that all of us, teacher, educator, and lecturer can use in a classroom, be it physical classroom face-to-face or online, or we call it ODL in the context of Malaysia. Can we move to the next slide, ladies and gentlemen? So this is basically the ways, or actually content and flow of this sharing. I have 7 altogether. The first one would be the stories of POC. It's about the personal stories and experiences, narrations. And then the second, care and pedagogy. The third one will be the definition. We need to introduce what is basically POC or pedagogy of care. So when you have a clear picture understanding about POC, it's easy to exercise hopefully in the classroom. Now, number 4, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friend, the elements of POC. What are the elements or characteristic or aspects of POC? Then also number 5, significance, as I mentioned before. Number 6 will be the strategies, the how part, which is very, very crucial and important. And the last one would be suggestions. Can we actually do it now? Can it last? Can we do it in the future? So I'll be discussing briefly on the way forward. That will be the last content and flow for this sharing. Next slide, please. If you can see, everyone, probably you can relate to the stories that I have. This is a very current story. I have a recent student last semester. He actually, faced trial and tribulation, the loss of his mother, and also his younger sister. So what happened, that would be in the midst of doing assessment, submitting assessment, and having tests and all that. So we are actually, when it comes to tests, we have a specific time. We already mentioned the student that have to submit the assignment in on time. For example, we have we basically strict when it comes to, you know, due date for the assignment and all that. But this has happened to me when I actually facing this kind of situations. I personally have personal consultation or personal contact with the students, asking, not only asking about their well-being, what is actually they are going through and all that. So basically, human made, like setting up rules and regulation for examination, all of us can amend, all of us can tolerate when it comes to, you know, changing the date and all that. So this is basically the elements, or we call it the characteristic of pedagogy of care. Nothing is fixed, it's flexible, but not too flexible, because we would like to instill discipline and values. But again, when dealing with human beings, we have different experiences, trial, challenges, and tribulation. The care part is very, very critical, very, very essential. At the end of the day, we are actually not only producing human capital, ladies and gentlemen, more importantly, human being. Next slide, please. If you can see care before content, this would be the philosophy that I actually highlighting, not recently, but actually when the first time I came and joined UITM, that would be 2006, circa 2006. So I do believe that if you start with love, attention, affection, really care about the students, of course with some limitation, okay, then it's easy. You will give motivation to the students to follow your lesson, which means your content. It's like a Maslow before Bloom, which means you need to actually check, support, and fulfill the physiological needs of the students, right? So that it's easy for us to exercise whatever cognitive engagement that we are having in a class. So I must say, each and every one of you, this is not new to us actually, but yes, as we are actually facing ODL with challenges, limitation, not only in terms of technology, but in terms of social isolation. We are social being. Okay, being isolated is it's not easy for us. So issues of motivation and focus, for example, among students and among us as a teacher, educator, lecturer. So I would love to highlight again and again, we need to take care of each other, taking care of ourselves, and also checking about our students' well-being, mental health and psychological well-being. And it's easy to proceed with the content, inshallah. So if we can move to the next slide. The next slide, it's care, where I actually highlighting, emphasizing about this philosophy, pedagogy of care. The word and actually the alphabet C, A, R, and E is actually, they have meaning. It has meaning, each and every alphabet. Now, if you can see the current slide, ladies and gentlemen, the C is actually contribute and collaborate. If you care about someone, you actually contribute not only physical, material, but non-physical and non-material. For example, you contribute listening to the, issues that they are facing. Now, contributing is always comes together with collaborate, which means helping, right? What I can do, not only listening, not only contributing, but what I can do to at least to make you feel okay. That will be collaborate. And collaborate is actually, we have like, in English, two head is better than one, which means when you cooperate, when you actually contribute and collaborate and cooperate with your partner or your students, the result would be awesome. That would be the primary concern of pedagogy of care, the double C, contribute and collaborate. Now, it's either micro or macro, as I mentioned, physical and non-physical. It's okay as long as we contribute, we collaborate, and we work together. Now, the A part is actually double A as well. A stands for attention and affection. Attention, not necessarily for the significant thing. Small thing, we can always pay attention, right? We have 30 students, and someone asked me, Doctor, we have 30 or 40 students in our class. How we can pay attention to them? All right, this is something very real. Having ODL in our case, or we call it open and distance learning, including online, it's not easy to manage the classroom. is if I were to compare with physical classroom. Now, attention can always go beyond classroom, right? So my practice was by having a post, what we call that personalized consultation, or we call it PPC. Probably you can set whatever time that you feel comfortable and convenient with your students. You can always have that personal consultation with students, be it academics or non-academic matters. But of course, it will be tiring. Taking care of yourself first, so it's easy to take care about others. That would be the key word. So the E part is attention, and the other A will be affection, which means love. We can always spread our love, caring towards others, right? Be it, as I mentioned, in terms of physical or non-physical material, just with asking how their well-being. It's actually one part of affection. Now, ladies and gentlemen, doctors and all the participants of this webinar, if you can see, the R stands for, I mentioned, responsive and responsibilities, which means we need to adjust. We what do you call that, our education last time was so very into face-to-face and physical. Now we need to adjust, we need to adapt with the new current situation, which means pandemic, and now we are having endemic, which means online, right? So we need to actually be responsive, not only to the education and ODL itself, but the human part. Okay, like care before content, responsive, which means having responsibility, taking care of our students as well. Now, on our part is, I would like to highlight as well about the reciprocal relationships between, which means we need to have engagement. It's a must to have engagement. I can understand based on personal reflection and insight. Okay, when we are having ODL or online classes, or we call link classroom, there are times we feel like we are talking to ourselves, talking to the wall, because none of the students or participant in a webinar, in the case of webinar, for example, keen to share and open their camera or even ask questions, right? So that one is actually it's a real challenge when you have a virtual communication, a virtual classroom and all that. But of course, as a teacher, educator, lecturer, we are actually modeling. We are the model. So of course, you can always initiate reciprocal relationship with your students. Like I mentioned, for instance, having the PPC, post personal consultation, which means after class. Now, the E part would be empathy. Now, I guess everyone understands what is empathy. Empathy requires not only understanding the student situation, it's more than that. Empathy involves what action. If you really care about someone, you show it, right? You text that person, for example, you ask that person well-being and all that. That would be empathy. Empathy and sympathy is two different things. Sympathy is quite superficial, but empathy is quite deep because it involves actions. Can we move to the next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen, to the all participants? This is basically care and education. Why is it important to have care in the process of education? If you can have this next slide, please. So there are reasons why I put care and education. Basically, we are all in the area of education and education industry. When we talk about education, we talk about three main processes or activities, ladies and gentlemen. We are talking about DCA, which means delivery, which means pedagogy in bracket, the way you teach, the art of teaching. And the second one would be content. We have various of content, be it languages, linguistics, be it for example, we have sciences, pure sciences, we have actually cultural, that would be content. And the last one, which is very, very critical when it comes to education, of course, assessment, or we call it evaluation. So this is basically the main concerns when it comes to educational processes. Now, to ensure, because we are dealing with human being, to ensure that this is what you call meaningful, so we need to have element of care, which means care in terms of delivery or pedagogy, care in terms of content. How to make sure care in terms of content, which means your content need to be short and precise, and it should be adjusted to the level of your students that care. That is care. That would be a different topic. In this case, it's just the introductory of what is pedagogy of care. Very, very interesting. Now, when it comes to care in terms of assessment, I did highlight when I shared the stories of pedagogy, the narration just now. Most of us, when it comes to assessment, we have due date, which means we need to submit the assignment in on time, on the 31st of May, for example. But there are instances and cases where students, they have difficulties and challenges. So as a teacher, educator, lecturer, this is our human, what do you call that, decision to ensure that it's a win-win situation. We are helping our students can submit their assignment, but not in time because they have issues, they have limitation. But of course, you need to listen first and ensure that would be the authentic or genuine reasons from the students. So this is basically the relationship between care and the educational processes. Next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is the definition of POC. Okay, we can always say that pedagogy of care involves affection component of education, the feeling, right? Emotional and social engagement. Emotion, it's inside, and social is outside. So we call it inside out. Self and beyond self. When you care about yourself, and beyond self, which means you need to care about others, your family, your relatives, immediate family, for example, your students or your friends, your siblings. That will be beyond self. Now, POC involved actually can be defined as well as support. The significant support system is actually vital or important when it comes to pedagogy of care. And when it comes to support, okay, not necessarily in terms of physical support, it could be non-physical support, not necessarily in terms of material support, it could be non-material support, right? There are times we need physical and material support, but there are times we need non-material and non-physical support. Ladies and gentlemen, to define what is POC, it's comforting, which means listening and then giving the positive and kind words to our friend, to our students, because we, at the other end, would love to hear good things as well. Now, POC, the last one, if you can see, understanding and beyond, which means understanding and empathy, sympathy and empathy. You not only understand and full stop. That's it, all right? You need to understand and thinking about necessary action that then you can contribute. As I mentioned, C stands for contribute and collaborate. So understanding, which means you need to understand the situation, and if you could possibly suggest solutions, or if you can offer help and assistance, why not? That would be the elements, or that would be the definition of POC, pedagogy of care. If you have questions, insight, or anything, you can always put on the chat box. That's options, right? Next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends in the education industry. So basically, we have a lot, many elements of POC. This is 13 elements that I think very, very critical, and this is not alien to you. Basically, we are actually doing this the moment we become a teacher, educator, and lecturer. We have 13. If I can very, very briefly spell out, the first one is sharing power and co-creating meaning, which means no man is an island. We need to always share and contribute and collaborate. Number 2, scaffolding. I love scaffolding by Gotsky, which means you need to offer assistance. You need to guide giving assistance. It should start with micro, mini, and with macro, which means you need to start a very, very simple system, and later on, if you can, and if the students show some improvement, you can always ask them to do independently. That would be scaffolding. Guidance, but need to adjust. Otherwise, we are actually having the culture of spoon feeding. Okay. Number 3, community of care, empathy, and concern. I think we need to start small, having this community of care within me, for example, me and 2 or 3 of my friends, and slowly give to the student, and slowly it's become bigger and bigger and bigger. You don't have to start macro. You need to start small by having this community of care, empathy, and concern. Number 4, reciprocal and tolerant. Be sensitive in other feelings and limitations. Okay, all right, we have different challenges, trial and tribulations. Okay, so we call it, in a pragmatism, we call it multiple realities. My reality is different from Dr. Johan, for example, in Polytechnic, even though both of us Sabahan, right? Because having the condition staying in Shah Alam, for example, of course, the situation, the limitation, challenges is different. Now, kindness regardless, be kind regardless. There are no reasons for you to be kind. Just be kind. Speak kind to others. If you don't have anything nice to say, close your mouth. That would be kindness. Kindness regardless. Same goes to the students as well. Number 7 is optimistic, which means positive. That would be the elements of POC, cooperative and collaborative, right? Effective listening, which means we are having these challenges among us teachers, teacher, educator, lecturer. We love to talking, giving lecture and all that, but we need to always improve effective listening. I guess everyone need to, I can agree with me when it comes to effective listening. We actually need to make sure that we are actually listening, digesting, and together reviewing what we have listened. But most of it, we only listen to what we want to listen. Most of us, including me, right? Because we are always in a hurry, like Hari Raya. Number 10, elements of POC is respect. 11, adaptation and adjustment. Love this one, double E. Adaptation and adjustment. Okay, we need to always adapt and adjust ourselves because of the changing situation and environment, because we need to survive. Number 12, creativity when it comes to problem solving. And the last one will be mindfulness. We need to take care about, our action, whatever that we want to say. It not only influence, give impact to ourselves, but beyond self, to others as well. So this going to be the elements of POC. You might have other elements as well, but basically these are the elements that we can find in the literature, and we can relate to our own experiences, the in, the out. Can we move to the next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen? If you can see the next slide, I would like to share from Hook 1994. Any classroom that employs a holistic model of learning, I guess everyone know what is holistic model of learning, comprehensive. It should cover not only cognition, it's physical, social, emotional, and spiritual. And a classroom that employs a holistic model of learning will also be a place where teachers grow and are empowered by the process. Most professors must practice being vulnerable in a classroom. You need to be very sensitive, okay? And mindfulness, being wholly present in mind, body, and spirit. This because our experience is different, all right? We treat others differently. No, I don't think so. We need to have some sort of understanding and also empathy because we have multiple realities. Next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen. I can share the slides. You can always take the slide. You can use it. This is pedagogy of care. Why not? As an alternative to teaching and learning. Our practice, if you can reflect and review your practice in teaching and learning, it's always coming to the class and giving content. And that's it. You don't be surprised. You don't get frustrated. Student will not remember what we have learned in class, what they have learned with you in class. But of course, the student will remember one thing, memory, right? The memory that you created with the students. Now, why POC? This is basically the significance of POC. If you can see, you have many, but I highlighted the most important one. Psychological well-being and mental health. You support the inner side of your students. If you see the student, by giving your support to the students, you feel happy, right? Because you're seeing the students grow and you see the students positively develop, right? You feel happy as well. Okay. Now, why POC activities are more than formal education? Hello. Education is not just delivering content. It's beyond that. It's more than that. Sharing news, for example, experiences inside, happy news, sad news, we share together in our classroom. And POC also part of motivation, self-efficacy, which means you give the students empowerment, and you always tell the students they need to believe in themselves so that they can actually master the situation. Whatever issues that they are having, you just keep reminding the students, we been there, done that. At the end of the day, you can manage it, for example. Moral support, significant support system, the triple S. Human being needs and demands. Why POC? Because we have different needs and demand. My needs is different, your needs is different, all right? We need to support each other and accept each other. This is what we call be sensitive of other feeling and situation. And of course, the last one, why we need to have POC in our classroom, besides delivering content, is actually because social emotional engagement. You have been to many webinar and seminar or workshop talking about cognitive engagement during ODL. Why not having social and emotional engagement as well? Because this is critical too. Next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen. So how, this is the best part. So Dr. Khadija, someone asked me how you can actually implement and practice POC in a class. You're having 40 minutes in class, at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end. Now you have options. So for novice teacher, probably you can use, at the beginning of your class. not only just by asking your students psychological well-being or mental health, like how are you doing, how are you coping, you can always say what about the other topic, what about what are you eating, things like that. Make it casual, informal, or semi-formal. So you can always have POC asking the students well-being and psychological well-being and mental health, or anything at the beginning of the lesson, maybe while doing your lesson. And after that, like what I am practicing still, I call it PPC just now. It's post personal consultation with the students. Of course, you need it's tiring, having hectic and a lot of commitment, but you need to invest. You need to invest. You need to commit. This is POC, right? And of course you do it formal in informal way of doing that. You can always have Gmail. We have options from low tech to high tech. From low tech we have WhatsApp, and we have Telegram, for example. That would be low tech. High tech, for example, we have Gmail or WebEx like this, and many more. And this is basically how to implement POC at the very beginning, while you're doing your teaching, or after teaching, and beyond, which means after finishing this, graduated, you can always have that relationships. This is POC, right? Next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen, and also the participant of today's webinar. This is basically additional under strategies of POC, how to do it, reality pedagogy. You can always relate your experience, personal experience with the students, talking about, I really understand. I don't actually experience ODL, but basically I had challenges as well when it comes to teaching. So you can always mention and relate to your students, right? Character education, that is the most important part in the care education. Telling the students that we need to take care of each other, checking our friends, for example. It has become an issue when it comes to ODL, especially when it comes to doing assignment in group. So, you can always tell the students, we have different opinion, but at the end of the day, it's agree to disagree, right? So character education, and situated learning, cooperative and collaborative learning. This is the strategies of POC. Like what we are having just now, it's not cooperative is smaller scale. Collaborative is actually bigger scale, like what we are having just now. I am here in UITM, and then Polytechnic invited me as a speaker. This is part of collaborative. Why not in the future having global collaborative learning? That would be the elements of POC. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends in Sabah or everywhere, if we have students as well, how to implement POC, we can always have problem-based learning. It's actually equals to reality pedagogy. Inquiry-based learning that we are practicing in the UIT and most of the lecturers. Inquiry basically it's like a debating, it's question and answer, question and answer session with the students. Active learning, including ODL. Active learning, which means some part of technology, be it low tech or high tech technology, right? Next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen. I still have time, am I right? Pedagogy of care and link classroom. I love to use the word link classroom rather than to have online classroom, because we provide link to the students. Am I right? Now, what is actually the connection on between pedagogy of care and link classroom? The needs of emotional engagement and care. Okay, we are very much into academic. I don't blame anyone. Very much into exam, very much into finishing the syllabus, for example. I got to finish the syllabus, but beyond that, on top of that, I think we need to put some elements of emotional engagement. As I said, yes, cognitive engagement, classroom management when it comes to ODL is very, very critical. But let's say that you need to have some element of human being. That would be emotional engagement and care. Okay, next slide, please. Future proof education of future skill set. Is POC still relevant? What do you think? You can always put the comment. I would like to see the comment. What is actually future proof education? The part of education, including the courses that actually, can sustain not only now but in the future. I give you example. For example, big data, for example, technology, for example, collaborative and communication skill. That'll be one of the example of among of the examples of future-proof education. We have a lot actually. You can go and Google. So is it still relevant? To me, it is still critical and relevant. Because why? Because we are dealing with human being. We are actually dealing with human being. So yes, I would say yes, now and forever. Caring, sharing, affection, love is priority. After all, we would love to have happiness in our life. And one of the element of happiness and tranquility and peace is actually taking care of each other, is actually caring of each other, sharing of each other, spreading love, not hatred, right? So I would say yes, POC will still relevant not only now, but inshallah forever or in the future, right? Next slide, please, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends. We forward some of the suggestion. Society teaches us to shrink, but love teaches us to grow. Don't you think so? I'm sharing this, right? So probably the next slide will be the last slide that I would like to share, the implication of POC, long-term and short-term. If you're talking about implication, be it in a webinar or in your classroom, this is some suggestion from me. Always present the implication in terms of long-term and short-term. Short-term could be immediate, or like long-term could be hope. In terms of hope, what is it the long-term hope of the POC? Now let's talk about this one. If you can see, redefine the existing educational processes. We are not changing the system. We are not, right? We just need to redefine the existing educational processes. All this while we have only delivery, full stop. Content, full stop. Assessment, full stop. Why not to have DC, CC, and AC, which mean delivery with care, content with care, and assessment with care. Don't you think so? After all of us human being. We are not actually producing, we are not actually highlighting about human capital. We are highlighting about human being with human qualities. And also the implication of POC, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friend, improve teaching. You're not teaching content, you're teaching life, right? So we need to take care about that one in our mind, all right, to redefine as well. Now, to improve learning, to tell the students that yes, basically they have self-efficacy, which means if you cannot excel now, you still have long way to go. Basically, we are talking about what do you call that long-term implications of education. If you're not doing it now, you can do and focus better in the future. Improve learning also suggested that to the students that they still have time provided they have focus and they have support system, but of course ultimately they need to have self-efficacy, and you, teacher, educator, lecturer, need to do that, help the students to give positivity to the students through POC, pedagogy of care. And the last one, relationship and networking. We are actually teaching our students, but please maintain and remain the relationships even after the students have finished their schools or graduated, or graduating, whatever it is. But relationship and networking matters the most. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as I mentioned again and again and again at the very beginning, consistently, we are not actually producing human capital. Beyond that, we are actually helping the individual students become human beings, humankind, and with human care. After all, we are all human. We care, we learn, and we develop together. In bracket, collaborate, cooperate, right? Okay, Norman is an island. We need to help each other. Okay, this is my strength. That will be your weaknesses. Why not? We need to help each other. Next slide. POC will survive if we know that besides cognitive and social engagement, emotional engagement is critical too. In fact, it is the main concern in almost all religious belief systems, be it Muslim, non-Muslim. In the case of Sabah, we have so many belief systems and religion, but we are all good together, right? But the main concern when it comes to religious understanding and the practice is actually caring. In fact, it is the main concern in almost all religion belief system, which can be considered as a spiritual engagement. Don't you think so? Muslim, non-Muslim, with Christian, SDA, or whatever belief system that we are having, we need to care and take care of each other. Next slide, ladies and gentlemen. Care before content, consistently, right, throughout, okay? Taking care of the student, taking care of yourself and taking care of the students as well. Taking care of self and beyond self. And probably that would be the next slide, which is the last slide for me. Okay. I convey, I share, I care, I teach from the heart. I really hope it goes to the heart. As a conclusion, I would like to say the next slide. Okay. Humanizing education. We are not producing a robot. You are not doing banking education. You just put it and the student will, throw it out like money, all right? So learn to care and learn to share. Can I have the next slide? If you are not growing, you are dying. These are some words that I can share with you by my mentor, Abdul Rahim Alias, okay, from UKM, Prof. Karim. Next slide. Happy Teachers Day to all of us. Better late than never. That will be on the 16th of May, 2022. I guess 3 hari lepas, okay. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But they will never forget how you made them feel, right? So happy Teachers Day. I really hope that we can redefine the way we see education. It's not merely on the delivery, content, and assessment. It's delivery with care, content with care, and also assessment with care. With that, I end the session and sharing. Assalamualaikum and thank you very much. Terima kasih. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Very eye-opening, very interesting input on pedagogy of care. And I think we need it more now than ever, than that we are already going off from pandemic to endemic, so we need more care more than ever now. And if there is any question from the chat box below to Dr. Khadija.
Okay.
Any question?
Thank you.
Absolute. Okay. This is from Ho Fu Lu. Thank you. Absolute right. Taking care of our students' emotion. Hope our teachers get the support system too. Teachers nowadays cannot cope with the stress and opt for early retirement.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it is true for most of our teachers, because it is very taxing, especially in the pandemic times where you have to engage from a remote place in a link classroom, according to Dr. Khadija just now. Do we have a question from the floor? Anybody else? Any question at all? No question from the floor? So it is very interesting, Dr. Khadija mentioned about Maslow before Bloom. And if we go back before the pandemic, most people would agree that most of our content would be Bloom before Maslow.
Exactly. I guess that becomes our culture for so long, right? People,
Yeah,
if
I
you go
was
to Hari Raya,
today years old when I learned about POC.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. K.
Thank you. Thank you to
From
you
Siti Nur Azila, is it? Nur Azila. But there's no question so far. So I guess everyone is still processing, because it is something that is very new, very eye-opening and very interesting about POC, the sharing from Dr. Khadija. So I guess everyone is still processing, thereby there's no question in the chat box. Thank you very much, Dr. Khadija, for the sharing. We feel very honored for the knowledge that you shared with us today, and hopefully we can all implement it in our classroom. Oh yes, and there's a question from Muhammad Nasri Hashim. How do the student manage their mental health issues?
Okay, I guess this one it's a different type of questions, but of course, as a teacher educator, the students they have different coping strategies and mechanisms when it comes to mental health, and to understand mental health issues is actually the intensity is different, right? There are, there are some students they feel it's so heavy that be intense, and it could be mild, it could be very very mild and things like that. The intensity is different. But responding to the questions by Muhammad Nazri, how do students manage their mental health? We, as a teacher, educator, lecturer, we can help them. For example, right, instead of implementing or practicing pedagogy of care, we can, having a chit chat with students, asking what is actually bothering them, talk about time management. But most of the students, when it comes to mental health during ODL, is basically about managing the time, workload. There's so many things running at the same time, like us as a teacher, educator, lecturer as well. Having online, it's not something that we are comfortable with. So basically, the students, it's a long process. If the students cannot manage the stress on their own, especially mental health, of course, they need assistance from the expert specialists, or we call it having a counseling or having a sessions. But if you can offer help as a teacher, educator, lecturer to the students, why not? For example, having a discussion, like I mentioned before, that PPC, post personal consultation with the student, it helps actually. Because after all, students need someone to listen to. Okay? So that probably the very, very brief answer or response that I can share with Sheikh Muhammad Nasri Hashim with regards to students' management on their mental health issues. There's actually many types of coping strategies that we can actually give to the students, right? Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khadija. And I think, I believe that's the questions for now. We'll proceed to, I think that's the end of our session because there's no more questions. And we are going to move on to our photo session. And I would like to invite everyone to turn on their camera for the session. Okay, are we ready? All right. One, on the count of 1, 2, 3. All right. One more time. 1, 2, 3. And the last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Dr. Khadija.
Thank you.
Probably next time we would be having a session on that POC once again because it's very interesting and it's a new thing as well. And we feel very honored to have you here with us to share your knowledge today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum, everyone. Thank you.
Hello guys, Assalamualaikum and good day to everyone. Sorry, the mic is not on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Azrin. I'll be moderating this fourth session of this webinar. But before we begin, let's get to know to our next speaker today by watching this video all the way from Brunei Darussalam.
Brunei, a simple, happy country. Few places in the world can match Brunei for its peace and serenity. The whole town is decorated. Streets with arches and houses with flags and bunting.
Pada tahun 2008, ITB telah dinaik taraf menjadi Universiti Teknologi Brunei UTB, dan semenjak itu pembangunan luar biasa telah berlaku, termasuk pengembangan portfolio program akademiknya, penubuhan strategik perkongsian dengan pihak industri dan universiti serta lain-lain seumpama.
Our next special speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Malai Zeti Hamid. She will be delivering her talk entitled Using Innovative Pedagogy to Enhance Students' Engagement in Classroom Post-Pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me introduce a bit about her. She is a senior and experienced lecturer at University Technology Brunei, UTB. Great person indeed. Without further ado, let's welcome Associate Professor Dr. Zeti to deliver her talk today. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good afternoon for everyone. All right. First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to give my presentation and to talk about using innovative pedagogy to enhance student engagement in the classroom post-pandemic. Now, it is to be expected that the COVID-19 pandemic has presented repercussions that have affected the world in an unprecedented manner, and many opportunities have risen for rethinking assumptions about education in general and higher education. So I'm just a slide one, yeah? Now, there is also a growing consensus that we need to deal with what is popularly known as living in the new norm post the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in the education sector. However, the world has been affected and not prepared for such a wicked problem, and nothing could be worse than return to normality, according to Roy 2020. So as a result, I think I forgot, I did something, turn my camera, yeah? By the way, can you see me? Because I turned on my camera. Oh, you can't see me? Okay, sorry about that. Yes, I have turned on my camera, but I don't know why it's not showing, but it's okay. Yeah. So going back, so to refer back to what I was just saying, so there is a growing concern that we need to deal with what is known as the new norm. Now, the world has been affected and not prepared for such a wicked problem, and nothing could be worse than returning to normality. Now, as a result of the pandemic, we have not been prepared to deal with the aftermath of the issue, and this includes the lack of preparation and difficulties faced by teachers, educational administrators, and institutions. So although the future looks bleak at first glance, things could improve as we still have to get back to our feet and treat life as normal as possible. And of course, we are now open towards innovation and new learning opportunities that were not evident before. So in light of the general crisis that the pandemic posed, now many have resorted to the so-called new terms that we see now, things like emergency remote teaching and so forth. So thus globally, every grade level now are now taking necessary measures to rethink their roles, their ways to support students' learning. So now currently there is a shift into remote teaching and what mostly people call online. Now let me talk about this. So I'll move on to my next slide. Please turn to my slide. Okay, first, before I start, yeah, I would like to go to the terms, the difference between remote emergency remote teaching or ERT and also something called OTL. Okay, so let me just touch on that first before I start. Okay, so all right, so can you go back to the slide 2 where I'm showing the background of my slide presentation? Thank you. Before that, please, thank you. Yes, okay. Yeah, next, before that, right. So I'll repeat again. Yeah, okay, thank you. So I'll start with introduction or background first. Okay, next slide. Okay. Then I'll talk about the role of digital technologies. Then the third thing I'll talk about is proposals for innovative teaching. Then I'll touch on activities to use, and then I'll handle questions from there. So that is the format of my presentation today. So now I'm in slide 4. I would now like to touch on the common terms that are used during our post-pandemic. So globally, educators from every grade level are now taking necessary measures to rethink their roles and to support students' learning. So there is a shift into remote teaching and what most called as online learning, and it's a term that has existed for many years. But these challenges existed and have affected educators as we speak. So although ERT or emergency remote teaching has little in common with online teaching and learning OLT, and even less with internet-based distance education, they do share one common feature, which is teaching with digital technologies. So this means that we have to acknowledge that developments associated with ERT have changed conceptions about how established working practices in teaching can become unsettled. In the past, the most natural patterns for teaching and learning or traditional face-to-face learning is not valid, as students are no longer coming into the classroom. But now we need to change the way we teach from face-to-face to remote or even online teaching. Not only that, educators globally now face a big struggle, and all familiar terms have now resurfaced, including online, blended, remote, even distance. So allow me now to go on to my next slide, and I will now distinguish between the two synonymous terms, namely ERT and EOTL. Now, what do you mean by ERT? Okay, so ERT in short, it sort of refers to the temporary shift due to crisis circumstances, according to Hodges et al. 2020. The goal in ERT is to provide fast and durable access to instruction, according to Muhammad et al. 2020 as well. Here in ERT, there is no time for actual preparation of online activities and materials. And usually, more than ever, there is a lack of support of resources, including time. And that's also been described by Manifesto 2020. Now, in comparison, OLT, okay, or online teaching learning, is a form of distance education using electronic media in a structured design learning environment. It has flexibility to provide access to learning that combines synchronous, asynchronous, and independent study, as according to Anderson 2008. Whereas we talk about distance education, that is internet-based distance education, which refers to an institution-based or formal education, which uses interactive telecommunication system to connect learners, resources, and instructors, according to Skosler and Simonson 2009. Now, according to Garrison 2009, both traditional, or we call campus-based or school-based education, and distance learning through assisted OLT practices have been used, and they've been innovating the instructional paradigm and approach. And now we are currently more focused towards active, collaborative, social, constructivist processes. Okay. Now, having discussed those terms currently using now that we hear from post-pandemic, I would like now to move on to my slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So now, when you talk about using innovative pedagogy, what do we mean? Okay, so in innovative pedagogy, we actually currently now, COVID-19 have experienced pushing digitalization of teaching and learning. So teachers now discovered they can teach online. They become managers who invested in infrastructure and support services. And students are adjusting their practices and expectations. So many teachers are currently trying to adjust to the new situation. And they also realize that maybe perhaps online distance learning may not be the best option, but it's also not equal to campus or school-based education. So one consideration, okay, is that to take into account that the shift to online teaching overemphasize its remote qualities to compensate for the in-person interactions due to the pandemic restrictions. So however, other aspects of technology, for example, being present in traditional schools or university practices or school practices are often underemphasized, probably because they were not as integrated before in existing campus or school-based teaching as they could or should have been. Next slide, please. So what can we do to make our teaching more relevant? There are some proposals towards teaching, okay? For example, we can use blended learning. Again, this has been proposed by many writers, for example, Garrison and Kanuka 2004. We can resort to flipped classroom activities of Flaherty and Phillips 2015, and we can combine in-class with productive learning outside the classroom. So activities including incorporating online interactive instruction to replace the in-class time by dynamic synchronous activities. We can have small group discussion and the outside class time by group asynchronous activities and individual assignments. So now most educators have now adapted to online teaching and learning and have enhanced their teaching beyond COVID-19. So the COVID-19 pandemic and its subsequent lockdown phases have spurred the need for focusing beyond routines and the understanding of teachers' roles as active and creative agents, negotiators, and integrators of digital and pedagogical sources into making it to more meaningful teaching and learning practices. So let me just share allow me to share one or two literature review, okay? So for example, there's one study, for example, in Norway, that promotes educational digital infrastructure. Even they found that they face low digital competence among its educators. Okay, And the researchers have administered online survey to lots of university professors, 171, asking about the experiences, challenges, and perceived online transition on learners. Now, according to teachers, the teachers on the survey, that they acknowledge that technologies are very useful as alternatives to the current ordinary practice. Another study by Sher and et al. 2021, they conducted a large-scale survey with which 740 educators from 64 countries replied that they aim at identifying the pedagogical and content-related aspects of university teachers' online readiness, such as confidence in technology-based content teaching and technology-based pedagogical knowledge and technology-based pedagogical content knowledge. So according to the survey, they also found that the more immersed teachers were in online teaching and learning, the ready they are about making the shift. Okay, so now moving to slide 7. Can you move to slide 7? Okay, slide 7, thank you. Okay, now talking about assessment. So how do we deal with a learning assessment and the change? Okay, all right. So in terms of learning assessment, teachers and educators actually also need to rethink on how assessment and how best to use assessment, especially post COVID-19. Okay, so there's been many suggestions that we can use a holistic approach to assessment. And this means that designing assessment means we take into account the actual target competencies, the number and the role of the students in the classroom. Again, this is post-pandemic, post-COVID-19. And you see, for many teachers, a virtual assessment in COVID-19 pandemic context has been a nightmare because it has been difficult for assessment because it's not face-to-face and traditional exams. So we need to monitor the activity during online examination or assessment and to maintain the same kind of integrity and quality as when they do exam face-to-face. Now, all these are definitely not easy to implement, but because of technology, you might still have problems conducting exams in the classroom. I mean, I have lots of problems when I was teaching online. I always felt that my students were not participating as much as I want to, because first of all, it's the pandemic, and we could not see each other face to face. So the next resort is to go online. However, we have to remember that there's infrastructure problem, connectivity problem, and there are other issues. Ever since we started pandemic, this is so difficult for us to tackle. So even now, the way we do assessment is different. So for my university at UTB, we have now actually converted to 100% full assessment. In other words, continuous assessment. So for the purpose of this year, going into our third wave in 2022, university technology have decided to actually move everything into online platform. So our teaching mostly are based on online. However, there are some lecturers who do, when the things got better, we came to university to face-to-face, but we became very rigid. So it was only towards the second part of when we were recovering in the third wave that we started to move into what we call the endemic phase. So when we were in the beginning, we post the endemic phase, we were not even coming to university. Everything was done online. So our students, I saw them online every day. It was difficult. I was not communicating. And as a teacher of communication, I felt it was very difficult with my students because I couldn't see them online. Most of them refused to turn on the camera. So what can we do again to talk about what innovative pedagogy can we implement to make this easier or the right easier for the student? I mean, there are several things that we can do. So before I move on to my next slide, let me just touch on what I myself have done during the pandemic, now that we moved to the endemic phase. So as a full-time communication lecturer, we teach different modules. And I felt that I had to choose what we call, at UTB, we have Microsoft Teams, okay? So Microsoft Teams was the main platform for us to see our students online. There are other platforms, of course, for example, Zoom. The problem with Zoom is sometimes you do get interruption, you do get people, hacking Zoom. So Microsoft Teams was an investment by Brunei. It is used as the main platform or online-based platform for across the country in Brunei. So every government agency down to any institution, university, education, in fact, every government institution in Brunei resorted to Microsoft Teams as the way for us to do online meetings. So teaching was done online, Meetings was online. Literally everybody was on Microsoft Teams, and the government have decided to invest on Microsoft Teams. So this way, we try to simulate the experience teaching online. So I think now it's post-pandemic, meaning that we are still recovering. Many institutions in Brunei now, including UTB not yet, but University Brunei Darussalam in Brunei have also now resorted to blended learning. So blended teacher learning is something that it's possible that we can do, because you see, after the pandemic, it just makes sense that we are no longer afraid to use technology, because we have been put into a place where we have to use technology whether we like it or not. For me as well, when I was in my teaching, I also use a lot of other applications to help my teaching and become more innovative in my teaching. So a few things that I use were things like Padlet, and the most interesting that I thought I wanted to share today was that I actually use Quizlet. I started using Quizlet as an app, which I downloaded both on my laptop and also on my phone. So Quizlet was a very interesting app that I learned to use during the pandemic, during we had a pandemic in Brunei during the third wave. So now after post-pandemic, I would suggest that most lecturers also use not just Quizlet, but there are many similar like Kahoot. You know, these are some of the innovative tools that I thought was used because they are form of quizzes. They are very easy to use. Once you know how to use them, you can still be innovative and use this in your teaching, even if you're teaching face-to-face. As long as you have technology at your fingertips, even if you're in the classroom, you can still use these apps because they're very useful in teaching. So I'll give a quick example of Quizlet. So Quizlet is a platform where it's not very common at the moment, but I find it very useful. It's like you can put all your notes into the app, and it becomes it's like a teaching like a memory, something that you can use to memorize. Say if you're teaching a difficult concept and you want your students to know the terms of a word. Say for example, a particular term or communication, what does it mean? And you give them a term. So it opens a card, and the term is there, communication, it means something, you know? So the students can then, it's like a flashcard system. Yeah, if I can use that, Quizlet was like a flashcard system. So I thought when I did not or have never used Quizlet before, nor have I ever used Kahoot before the pandemic. But I'm now thinking maybe I should start using this because it's so helpful for my students. I will still use Microsoft Teams. I will still use that time to time to my students when I feel that I need to. So these are things that I think as a lecturer, we should also be open towards using, you know, in terms of how we can be innovative. Because remember, we are now more open into how to use technology ever since COVID-19 hit the whole world. All right, so now I'm going to run off how talking about teaching assessment, and just to say that when we expand conceptions of engagement and learning, students' interaction and understanding is very, very important. So we also need to be very, very flexible in our assessment and also try to use more additional application tools and perhaps any kind of formative assessment activities that will help enhance your learning, teaching, learning in the classroom. So thank you very much. Now can I move on to the next slide now? I now move to slide 9. Okay. Now let me touch on why do we need to use technologies, okay, or useful technologies. Okay, so you see the alternative means of accessing face-to-face classes are most likely to have involved before downloading of reading, exercises, activities, and a mixture of all these synchronous and asynchronous means of attending lectures. So teachers are often engaged and seriously curious about the effectiveness of their teaching methods, especially during the pandemic. And here, we have learned to become have a more balanced view of relationship with technologies. Okay, next slide. Okay, so now the question now becomes, your relationship as a teacher, okay, or teacher's relationship with digital technologies is now more based less on ideas and ideologies and rather based on something very, very important. And this is what we call experience. Okay, so the move now for teaching post-pandemic now is more about what have you learned throughout your time when you were in the endemic phase or when you were facing COVID-19. So what have we now become? We have now become experts in so many tools we have never used before. I became an expert user in Microsoft Teams, which I've never used before. I became also a user also in like Quizlet, and also as I was saying, the other Kahoot, because I had to revert to using all these new things. Even in fact, in Microsoft Teams, I never had to use breakout rooms before, and of course, you can use this as well with Zoom. But this means that we became so knowledgeable in all these different tools because of the pandemic. It became so good for us to think that, hey, I can learn from this. So now this becomes the experience that I want to learn. And how can I improve my teaching more? Because now we are now realizing third thing, slide 3, please. Next slide. That teachers must realize that there's no perfect answer to teach or become a more effective teacher post-pandemic. Because, colleagues, it's all about the experience you have learned and improving the things or the pitfalls, the mistakes you made when you were teaching during the online platform. So that is the point that I wanted to touch on, probably now, post-pandemic. So it's a very important point. We need to just overcome all things. So that goes on to my next slide, in slide 4. So to go back now on the next slide. So we are on the same slide. Now, teachers as well, or educators, okay, have shown that COVID-19, okay, have increased our visibility of being a part of the student's life. Now we as teachers are now feeling more free and are more obliged to talk about our students' diverse needs and our situations, okay, as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. So in my opinion, this means that we now should embrace technology. We have to become the fastest, what do you call this, acceptors of knowledge, and we have to be trained. Training is something most people do not want to go into because many of us were born in the age we were probably digital immigrants. We came in that age where we were digital immigrants. But our users now, our students now are all digital native or digital natives, including our children, you know. So this means that we need to adapt ourselves to changing the way we teach now. And COVID-19 have taught us that. So what we can do now is to show support. So it's very important that we, like I said, embrace technology. We try to use technology as a tool to make it something that we can be familiar with. And I talk about training. A lot of lecturers, I think educators, in my opinion, are not so open to training because they say, look, I don't need to learn anything. I'm perfectly fine. To be honest, training is something good that we are sometimes afraid to ask. Sometimes we don't want to ask our colleagues for help, you know, because, you know, maybe pride or thinking, oh, I don't want to show that I'm not a digital person. But you see, in essence, in real life, many of us are not born into using technology. We're not native to technology. We are immigrants. Therefore, the best learners, I think my thing as an educator now, post-pandemic, is we have to go into more training, continue with professional development, attend courses, and perhaps even learn together, you know. So this is also something that I will go to my next slide, because I believe this is something that, you know, in any education model, okay, we know that we are actually, any kind of good education model now is always supported by technologies. So this means that teachers' identities and their approaches to teaching, we are now are more student-centered rather than teacher-dominated. Now, although this is probably maybe newer, however, we revisiting this mean that the teachers are now probably theoretically using more of constructive theory. Because you know why? We are now applying a variety of instructional methods in our efforts to respond to different learning styles and the way of engaging with our students. So we are now becoming more engaged with our students. And these technologies that we're using now definitely could support a wide range of learning activities that are new, that are novel, that are coming, and strategies. So the teacher's role now, currently now, post-pandemic, would be to encourage and promote students' autonomy, okay? Being autonomous and guiding them and supporting their learning process. So we, as a user, have to be very open, okay? We have to be open to things that we do not know. And in fact, you know what? I actually learned from my students. Many a times when I was using MT, I was going through so many problems connecting. There was one time I couldn't figure out how to switch on my audio. And my students were saying, Miss, excuse me, can you open this 3 dot? And this is an empty. I'm like, okay. So I said, okay, sure, teach me. So remember, it's like flip now. Okay, going back to flip classroom that I touched on earlier. I am learning from my students as much as they're learning from me, because after post-pandemic, things have changed. We have now evolved to be like a different citizen, you know. We are learning from the students, and I'm not ashamed to learn from them. So when I go to this, if they didn't help me, I'm sure it would be a waste of time. I couldn't even switch on my audio. They said, Miss, there's an option. Click the 3 buttons. If you click there, you can see that there's one day you have to open this and click this. And I was learning Microsoft Teams with my students. So you can see now we're supporting the learning process, just guiding them, but also supporting. So this is a very important part of change that we have to embrace post-pandemic. Okay. Now I like to move on my next slide. Okay. Now, touching on, of course, in a technology, which is in a rich, I will call it the technology-rich environment, I would say that currently where we are now, the teacher is now currently acting more as a tutor. We're an organizer. We are a curator. We are a motivator. Okay, we can say we are definitely motivated, because touching what the previous speakers have mentioned, that a lot of students now are having mental stress, and that is a reality, colleagues, because mental stress, we never had to face this before the pandemic. We didn't know that we could be put in such a stressful environment, but now, since the pandemic, a lot of students, lecturers, stakeholders who are in this education field, we are being very stressed. We suffer from mental stress, physical stress. We are tired because we are looking at screens for ons and ends, from morning till afternoon, for many, many hours. And we have facing eye strain, our bodies are aching. So all the things that we're doing now is something that's inevitable due to COVID-19. So how do we deal with that in the current stage after the pandemic? So I go back to that. We also, like I said, need to manage ourselves, manage our stress, and just be a motivator and a supporter for the students. Because sometimes, I remember, students, they do not necessarily need you as a lecturer, because they have ubiquitous access to online resources at the fingertips. They need you to advise them, but whatever they want to learn, everything's available on the net. You know, so what is your role then in current post-pandemic? Definitely, as I said, you become more as a tutor, a facilitator, a motivator, you know, to help them go through the phase and perhaps guide them. So more for guide, okay? So in this sense, the approach now that there is the shift in the teacher's role, okay, which also implies that there's also a role in the students, where that both must support each other, in which the students right now, in my opinion, are more likely to be more responsible for their own learning. So we, as a tutor or lecturer, academician, current post-pandemic, we have to offer as much support as possible. If student needs more time, for example, to submit assignments, I'm very flexible. And I always, like I said, I ask many questions. Even if when I say my students online now, again, we're not doing online now we've got to back to face-to-face. But imagine the scenario if there was a 4th wave or a 5th wave, or something new has happened to the world. It could be another wicked problem. And perhaps, just perhaps, we will have to go back to remote teaching learning again. We are now experts. So what do? Prepare ourselves, which goes back to my next slide. Okay, so many educators now are probably likely, I say now, because we should be very happy. We should also be proud of ourselves, because now we see ourselves as a techno-savvy, and maybe sometime non-techno-savvy, or some way on the continuum. You know, like I said, there's a line between being a digital native and digital immigrant. Of course, there's also comparison, you know. There are, of course, some instructors or lecturers who definitely struggle with this rapid shift being online, while there are others who are very, very comfortable with technology adapted instruction, you know, and through many, many formal, informal conversations with many faculty members or lecturers, they do feel that some lecturers are still not ready, even they have gone through the whole online teaching. They still believe that they still have so many things that they want to do, but they do not want to do online teaching learning, if there comes another problem, another issue in the world. But I think we need to be prepared. Whatever happens, we have learned for what's happened now, and now that the world is returning back to normal, we should not fail to prepare ourselves to the next step of what's going on now in the current circumstances. Because at the end of the day, students, I said, can get information online easily and the fingertips. It's us who need to prepare them. We have to be more prepared than them. So I think this is another point which I feel is very, very important. Now I'm going towards the last part of my slide in my last 15 minutes. So I'll touch on more a few things on what kind of activities, for example, in my opinion, perhaps that we can use to design towards heading towards this direction and perhaps to go into innovative pedagogy. Okay, so again, I said during the pandemic, teachers discovered that your students can all have become more autonomous than they thought. And they have experienced the importance of being self-regulation, self-motivation. So what can we do to support and what kind of activities perhaps can we use now that we're facing the post-pandemic? I think there are about 5 that I found in the literature review. First of all, I would like to start with something called providing scaffolding. Scaffolding is very a common term, and we've used a lot of this in education. Okay, but what we can do is we still, in my opinion, should still scaffold students to become more autonomous and rather than control. We should not be too controlling because they should learn to be more autonomous, more independent. What we can do is to scaffold and get them to the next stage. And this is where we talked about, how Vygotsky theory of zonal proximal development. For those of you who are familiar with education, we need to teach them something beyond that. So talking about that, I think scaffolding is very important. And Vygotsky have explained this in his theories. So it's something that we talk about very often, but sometimes we forget. So again, we are all teachers, educators. We want the best for our students. So scaffolding is something that we should look into. Next thing, I think I propose that we look into fostering more peer interactions and peer support. Now, why I suggest this is because lecturers, I know sometimes forget that students learn better when they're in a positive environment, they're comfortable, and within their peer groups. So they should be also encouraged to have more peer support and interaction. And when I was doing my teaching online, I also told my students, look, you're free to use the breakout rooms. Don't depend on me to see you online. Make the time to see your students, your friends, among yourself on your own time. Use the platform you have. You have MT, you can't go anywhere. So use that. So encourage your students all to be more innovative and use, even if it's post-pandemic, they can still choose to use Microsoft Teams, Zoom. If they don't want to leave the house or whatever, if they're sick, they don't have to miss out. They can see each other. In fact, I'll show you one interesting thing. One of my students, when he was doing a presentation for the recent assessment, we were doing face-to-face just before COVID, just before last semester, the end of this semester. I just share a simple story. My students were doing presentation and I suggested for them to come physically. So they came. This is after we went to the endemic phase. They came to the classroom. It so happened one of the co-presenters in the group had COVID-19. And they told Miss, I'm so sorry, we only have 4 presenters. 1 presenter couldn't come. So she said, what do we do? And I said, look, we have now online learning platform. What is stopping you from doing presenting online? So what I have pictures, by the way. So what my student smartly did was, my student actually 4 of them came to present, physically and with the PowerPoint. When the students was presenting, the one who was sick, the phone was there, okay, in the classroom. So they took the phone and we had a we used WhatsApp video call. So literally, I was still seeing my student over the phone, not physically, but I could see him online. He was then presenting. So they put him on video call. And when it comes to the slide, literally, he was presenting. And as a first speaker, he presented very well, despite it being on one platform. And after he continued his presentation, I could see him still on a WhatsApp call and on the video call. Then he stayed on for the rest of the session as if he's virtually, on a virtual, he was there. And then the second speaker, third speaker, fourth. So we are now adapting. I've never done that before in life, having a mix and match presentation style where some students are there and some online. Again, this doesn't stop you. It's not deterrent for you to go into teaching. This could happen even now. So for fellow colleagues, there is no excuse now for your students not to turn up in the classroom. No excuse for them to miss classes because even if they can't present, there's always the online platform in the classroom, even if they're not well. Because even if they're not physically well, they're sick or they have COVID, I'm sure if they feel in the right condition, they can still be there to present to you. Okay. So I thought I'll just touch on that as a possible example. All right. So that's talking about fostering more peer interactions and peer support. And I've given that support to my students. Third thing is to also to blend regulated activities with flexible ones. So here what I mean is that we have to be also regulate the activities that we have in the classroom post-pandemic, but we also have to be more flexible. And I think that what I did early on was flexible with the way I teach. I cannot be now being strict with the way I should teach, completely different now, because now that we face all these things, I have to be innovative. I have to be creative. What now, what then? And I'll tell a little bit more interesting story as well. I literally was teaching. I know I shouldn't share this, but there was one time I do not like to be late for class. Okay, that's a fact. I like to be on time. I like to be punctual. So what happened was I was about, I think, 10 minutes to about arriving to my university because I was sending my son and I couldn't come back in time. Literally, class started at 11 o'clock and I knew that I was going to be late by 15 minutes. Now, what I've done is being innovative. I've done to resort to do switching on online. I actually switch on my camera. I switched on my my phone, resort to doing Zoom online while I was driving. I mean, of course, safety procedures, SOP in place. I've never done that before the pandemic. Again, these are just novel ideas. I did not like to miss class, and I told them, okay, boys and girls, let's start the lesson now today. For the purpose of today, I will be doing my teaching, and I'll do this over my phone for whatever reason, you know. And I'd like to see all of you to come online because I don't like them to be late. So I said, please stay online. Let's talk about it as if we were in a virtual classroom. I mean, in a virtual teaching classroom where I was still the controller in the room. I told them to go online. I don't want you to be late. 11 o'clock, be on time. So I was still online on Zoom over the phone, but I could always switch off my camera. They do not need to know where I was, but I was still doing teaching wherever I was. It's the same of us listening to presentation and Zoom webinar. We could be literally anywhere across the world and we could still be listening to presentation. We could be in an environment. You can put a earpiece on and you could still be listening. And I've done that before. I've listened to 2 presentations, 2 laptops, 2 earphones. And again, I mean, sometimes this is what we resort to becoming. I had 2 laptops running on another day. I didn't want to miss because it was on the same time. I was watching in one and listening to the one and participating in one. And I've done this before. Crazy it may seem, this is what I have become now. I've become such a multitasker in my life. Things I've never done before, I've explored to the next level. So I thought that this is something I'd just like to share with anyone. I'm going to go to my last 3 points before I end my presentation today. So that's what I mean by blending regulated activities. Fourth is also now to go on to the 4th point. Personalization of curriculum within a course and within the program. So here what I mean is that we have now to adapt our curriculum to be more different to what it was. We now have to craft our curriculum so it's more structured, it's more befitting with what we need and what the students need now. So you have to be mindful that whatever curriculum we had before, 20 years back or 15 years back, or even the slide used yesterday may not be relevant because of the technology now and because of the change and the shift in how we teach now. So we also have to revisit our curriculum within the course and change and adapt and keep on changing, adapting years and years. Okay, that's my 4th point. And my last point, I think my 5th point, is that successful engagement also means, okay, having the ability to using the right learning tools and the right resources. So it's not just knowing or having the tools, but knowing what to have the tools at your disposal. It's not no point being given you or investing in such a big, paying for such amount of application if you don't use it and if you don't know how to use it and you're afraid to use the tools. So again, if you want to be engaged with your students and how you can become more innovative towards this, is try to learn the tool. Nowadays, your best sources are, you have YouTube as your best teachers. I Google everything now. YouTube. Even if I need to hack something or know how to use my phone, which whatever it is, even right now I'm having a problem. How do I transfer my WhatsApp from my Android to my iPhone? I actually go because and find everything good. It helped, you know. So I now have to be very much updated with whatever I need to do. So these are the things now I think that we have to do to become more innovative and to get ready for the next step in the future. Okay. And I believe I've got another 5 more minutes. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, all right. So I've actually didn't realize that I have come to the end of my slide. So now let me go back to summarizing the things that I've touched on in today's presentation. So today I've touched on, I can go back to slide 2, okay? You can go back to slide 2. So using innovative pedagogy to enhance student engagement in the classroom post-pandemic. Okay, so today what I've done is to cover with you the one before this. Thank you. The outline. Okay, so yeah, in the picture that's a boy, one of the students in one of the primary schools. So today I've taught on so this just to share that this is one of the student learning with the mask on, and this is like what we're doing now. Even now, every school in Brunei now are now resorting to normal classroom, sitting down with the mask on, and still implementing SOP that we are. This is what we are now facing. This trend will continue to be there for at least another, I don't know, 1 or 2 years. So this is what we have to face now, the challenges we have to face. Okay, previous slide, please. Okay. So to recap what I've touched on today, slide 3. Next slide. Yes. So I've touched on the background of using innovative pedagogy to enhance student engagement post-pandemic. I've talked about the role of digital technologies, and I've given you some proposals for innovative teaching. And of course, so I've also touched on activities that you can use, and using my experience when I did, how to use teaching and make it more innovative and more, again, being very constructivist, but still very open to whatever's out there and learning, and use any activities that you think are there available at your fingertips. Some are free, some are not. But I believe that it's important that we move on to the next step now. Again, I said, being non-digital or digital immigrant, we also have to be as near native as possible. This is what we've gone through now. So this is where we've landed now, and this is something that we have to get ready to. Okay, so with that, I'd like to end my presentation today, and I hope that you've had a lovely time listening to my presentation and how I've touched on today's topic, and I hope it's been meaningful and that you've learned a few things from me. With that, I'd like to say thank you very much. Thank you very much, and Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for giving me the time to present my presentation today. Thank you.
Walaikum salam. Thank you so much, Professor, for the enriched and truthful sharing. I do believe that our audiences are not patient to us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you can type it in the chat room. I'll be reading your question right away. Maybe our technical team can appear the chat box so that I can see and read it. Lovely presentation. This one is to all the chats. Great sharing. Thank you, Doctor. It seems that no question here yet. But I think before we get the question from the floors, I have a personal question here, Professor.
Sure.
Talking about teaching pedagogy, new approach, embracing technology. Do you agree that it is actually putting more burdens on the educator's shoulder? And if it is true, any words, Professor, that you can share with us how to reduce that kind of perception, actually?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I appreciate the question. So you are saying, what you're saying that how do you reduce the burden of the teaching load ever since? Is that correct? Am I correct, sir? Is that correct? How do you reduce the burden of the teacher? Is that correct?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, good. I think it starts with, if I were to say this from my teaching or learn experience as an educator over 30 years of my profession, I think it starts with the mentality of you as an individual. Everything starts from self. I think I always go back to reflecting on what I can do and what I cannot do. So what are my limitations? What are the things I can do? What I'm capable of? What can I teach my students that they'll learn from me tomorrow or something new? Because I'm pretty sure that students, like I said, they can learn everything on YouTube. What is it that you want to teach them? And that makes them want to learn from you. Okay, so I start with myself first. That burden, I think, has been on our shoulder for many, many years, especially since COVID-19, because we do not know, we have never been prepared. So being prepared is the first start. Prepare yourself for the inevitable. prepare for yourself and don't let the burden be shared just by yourself. Work with your colleagues, work with your friends, and talk to each other. Communication, I think, is the essence. I wouldn't be able to know more or learn for myself if I didn't talk to my students. I said, I have a problem with my laptop. Well, how do I deal with it? So me asking my students. I talk to my colleagues, how do I teach this component? I'm not an expert. How do I do? So it's all about sharing the load with people who are learning with you. May it be your lecturers, your academicians, your colleagues, your friends, even your family and friends. The most support I think you need is also from you. Start with yourself, your colleagues, your friends, then perhaps your family. I always go back to family and of course praise to Allah. Allah has given me a very positive attitude towards life. I think I also am very positive that I do not want to feel this burden on my shoulders. I am now living in a world where life is too short, anything can happen. So I believe that to unburden myself, I tell myself, I would love to work with others who I can learn with. Learning and sharing the burden together. Start with the first step and acceptance of the things that I am capable of doing and things that I'm not doing, that I cannot do. So I believe that is how I could suggest how we can unburden ourselves from all the things that goes around us. Okay, thank you. Hope that answers your question.
We are still waiting questions from the floors. Technical team, maybe again. Now, I don't see any questions from the floor, but actually I have more questions for you, Professor.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, because no question yet appear on the chat room. I have another question here.
Go ahead.
Talking about teaching, go for online, and some said we should go for 100% online.
Yeah.
How much is too much? Don't we need I don't think that we need to ignore the traditional and conventional way. I mean, as we used to practice before the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, sure.
So, Professor, do you think that it is true, it is too much to go for online 100%?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Interesting question. I would say it depends on the institution, okay, the institution offering the online platform. It also depends also on the individual, actually, because in other countries, online learning is not even a new thing. We have been doing online learning. In fact, there are courses around the world that are offered, which is 100% online. So to go back, is online learning, how much is too much? I think if you are prepared for it, you want to go on a full online course, there's nothing wrong going on that platform. Because many people have completed courses fully online and they've done an amazing job. It's almost like I'm in the US, I'm in Brunei, but I'm doing a course online, and I've done that. I've participated in many fully online courses and I've graduated with it. In fact, I did my courses both from Oxford and Harvard online. Some of it, not all, but a few, one or two courses I learned was it was actually fully online, and I learned a lot. So that is the platform that I chose to learn for me to get better myself as a professional. That's one. But for those of us who are more of the ordinary people, we are lecturers, teachers, educators, we are not prepared for what's happening now in school. I think you have to step back and tell yourself, are you ready to teach online? And are you confident about teaching online? So if you're not, then perhaps that will be something for you to think about. Then maybe you can say, look, you know what? I prefer physically, I prefer face-to-face. Allow me to please teach face-to-face, and that's the way that you choose. So to say that there is a line between what is too much, again, it goes back to the individual, the institution, and whoever's offering that platform. If it suits you, by all means proceed. If it doesn't, there's always the face-to-face platform and what we call as blended teaching learning. Blended teaching learning means that sometimes you are face-to-face, sometimes you go online. So you can send your assignments, your tests, everything, some of them can be online sent to you. At the same time, you see your students class, physical, and you call it blended. Okay, or some people call just another term, but you can do that as well. So again, depends on institution offering and also the person who are making a choice or what platform they want to choose. I hope that answers your question, moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the response and answers, Professor. We have a message here. Thank you for this insightful presentation. Doctor, in your presentation, you mentioned the interaction and students' autonomy as what is that? Curator. To teach. Sorry, my eyes is to teach and learning are significant now in post-pandemic learning. May I ask, Doctor, to what extent do you think freedom for students' expression is encouraged in the classroom, specifically in content control curriculum, as students are more exposed to informations? Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is an excellent question, actually. To what extent do you think the freedom for students' expression is encouraged, okay, in the classroom, especially in a control or content control curriculum? Okay, in my opinion, that to what extent, I believe that nowadays our students are better learners. Like I said, they were born in an age where they're more digital literate. You know, they can get information that even you can't tell because they have everything with them. To what extent the freedom? There is a limit to, for example, the freedom to use content. You, at the end of the day, you are still the educator, you are still the academician, you are still should be and always will be the expert in your field, in your specialty. So to one extent, I don't think you should put a limit, okay, for example, in terms of how much you share or you control in the content. What you can do is give them what I call a carrot. Give them a teaser. Give them enough for them to think about it, because this is where things like critical thinking becomes very important. Because you want them to learn from you, not just to learn everything from everywhere, but to learn the right things, the right way, the right manner. And you also, for example, you need to teach them to think critically, and you also have to avoid them from plagiarizing or information or taking information from someone else and claiming it's their own. So there is a limit to how much control of content you can. So I always emphasize, whatever you do, if you are reading from somewhere, you're quoting from, make sure you do not plagiarize, do not steal someone's idea. Whatever content I present to you, make sure you rightfully cite, you rightfully acknowledge that this information is not yours, but you got it from someone else. So I think that's very, very important, because students should be taught how to critically think, but at the same time, how to rightfully acknowledge the knowledge they receive, from wherever they learn. So I think this also, to me, very important, that you must prepare your students that they must know the right from the wrong. That's how I see it, and how the shift is now changing, because you see, every time people go online, they could be stealing information from someone else. And also important is that there's a lot of fake information out there as well. So you have to constantly remind your students that this information is not correct, don't spread it. Example, this information is not accurate. So make sure you don't portray the wrong information, the wrong message, because information is out there everywhere, okay? So I think, as I said, that being a curator, you curate the knowledge, you share the knowledge, but also tell them, show them what is right, what is wrong, but also tell them to think critically, to evaluate, be a critical thinker, and how much they can contribute the knowledge in the future as them as an individual. I hope that answers the question from the wonderful Esther. Thank you for asking the question, Esther.
Thank you, Professor. I think this is the last question from the floor. From Esther. Which is the most appealing theory underpinning your innovative pedagogy during and post-pandemic? Do you have any suggestion to prepare us for any unprecedented situation in the future, considering that educators are totally unprepared when learning has abruptly, sorry, my eyes are so broken, shifted online during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, Professor, maybe this is the last question from the floor.
Yeah. So let me see. So she said, does it mean that apart from knowing how to use technology, is it also the teacher's critical way of questioning plays a significant role? Actually, yes, to be honest, I believe that we should also question ourselves and question the information that we receive, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. Not everything out there is real. something out there may be portrayed as the real next big thing. We don't know for sure. So I think as a person, as educator, you also should also be critical in the information that you receive and in the information that you want to pass on also to your students. We also should also be critical, start thinking like, is this relevant? Do I need to share this information for my students? Is it important for them to know? If it's not, then it's not necessary, don't, because you do not want at this point to burden your student with too much information, because there's so much, this vast knowledge out there for them. So please, for the sake of our students and for them to be more positive and less stressed, share with them what they need to know, and whatever that is they do not know, I believe that they should not be shared with them, for example, because we want to make them more open, but at the same time more critical and reflective of whatever decisions they make. So I think you're right. I also believe that you also as a person should always also as an educator be critical of the information given to you, whatever you share. Think about it before sharing to someone else. Think about it. Does anyone benefit from sharing this information? Does my student benefit from me sharing this information to them? So those are the things that we also as educators should think about as well. So yes, so that's my answer to the question. Thank you very much for the question, Ms. Esther, again. This is from Lawrence, I think. Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, everyone. So sorry if some of your questions are not read by me, but it seems that we have reached the end of this session. Therefore, I would like to invite all the audiences to participate in the photo taking sessions. Therefore, please turn on your camera. Ladies and gentlemen, technical team, ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, smile. We have another one. Okay, one more. 1, 2, smile again. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, Professor, for being here with us today. We are very honored to have you here today. Hopefully, all the inputs in your talk, in your sharing, will enrich the audience's knowledge and skills, especially us as educators, teachers. Thank you so much. See you again, Doctor, Professor, in the future.
Thank you very much again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate the kind invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Azrin, our exuberant moderator. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very fruitful session so far. But now we will be having a lunch break, and we will resume the session at 2 p.m. So have a hearty and satisfying lunch, everybody, and I'll see you back at 2 p.m. Yeah? Thank you.
Dengan tonik pelepat rambut Safi Sheila baharu, 97% tuju rambut kurang gugur. Khusus untuk wanita berhijab. Dengan teknologi hijab Scalp Biotics dan ginseng merah Korea.
Patuskah kau untuk ku tunggu? Cukup binakah dirimu untuk selalu ku nantikan? Mampukah kau hadir dalam setiap mimpi burukku? Mampukah kita bertahan di saat kita jauh? Seberapa hebat kau untuk ku banggakan? Cukup tangguhkah dirimu untuk selalu ku andalkan? Oh, oh, mampukah kau bertahan dengan hidupku yang malam? Oh, 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 sanggupkah kau meyakinkan di saat aku bimbang? Celakanya hanya kaulah yang benar-benar aku tunggu. Hanya kaulah yang benar-benar memahamiku. Kau pergi dan hilang kemanapun kau suka. Celakanya hanya kaulah yang pantas untuk ku banggakan. Hanya kaulah yang sanggup untuk aku andalkan. Di antara beri aku selalu seberapa hebat kau untuk ku banggakan? Cukup tangguhkah dirimu untuk selalu ku andalkan? Oh, oh, mampukah kau bertahan dengan hidupku yang malam? Oh, 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 sanggupkah kau meyakinkan di saat aku bimbang? Celakanya hanya kaulah yang benar-benar aku tunggu. Hanya kaulah yang benar-benar memahamiku. Kau pergi dan hilang kemanapun kau suka. Celakanya hanya kaulah yang pantas untuk ku banggakan. Hanya kaulah yang sanggup untuk aku andalkan. Di antara beri aku selalu suka. Celakanya hanya kaulah yang pantas untuk ku banggakan. Hanya kaulah yang sanggup untuk aku andalkan. Di antara beri aku selalu menantimu.
Rindukah ataukah tanda bahaya? Aku tak peduli, ku terus berlari. Cepat pulang, cepat kembali, jangan pergi lagi. Firasatku ingin kau untuk cepat pulang, cepat kembali, jangan pergi lagi. Cepat pulang, cepat kembali, jangan pergi lagi. Firasatku ingin kau untuk cepat pulang, cepat kembali, jangan pergi lagi.
Masih think we could do it if we tried. If all it is said, you are mine. Sophia, all of you and I shouldn't feel like crying. I think we could do it if we tried. If only to say Sesalku maaf karena aku pun terluka. Cintaku hanya peluang kedua, rasa cinta darimu. Dan tiada salah darimu mengingatkanku bila aku tak sempurna. Engkau bisikkan ku yang paling sempurna di matamu. Hanya aku. Maaf
Dengan Sita.
andai kau terluka. Maafku tak sengaja tanpa sadar sakitimu. Sesalku maaf karena aku pun terluka. Cintaku hanya peluang kedua, rasa cinta darimu.
There's a new day that will come again tomorrow. There's a new day to wash away the pain. There's a new day to take away your sorrow. And the old ways get washed out by the rain. Darling, you've got to keep holding on through the night. 'Cause I promise if I ever caught you when you are alone, and if I ever forget to tell you how I feel, listen to me now. I want you to the bone. I want you to the bone. I want you to the bone. Baby, if you can see what I feel through my bone, every corner in me, that your presence has grown. Baby, I'm not a report, but saying how it feels. But I didn't mean it before. I want you to the bone. I want you to take me home. I'm falling. Love me long, I'm rolling. Losing control, body and soul. Not to for sure, I'm already yours. Want you down, I'm falling. Hold you down, you're calling. Losing control, body and soul. Not to for sure, I'm already yours. Would that be alright? Yeah, would that be alright? Baby, if you can see what I feel through my bone, every corner in me, that your presence has grown. Baby, I'm not a report, but saying how it feels. But I didn't mean it before. I want you to the bone. I want you to take me home. I'm falling. Love me long, I'm rolling. Losing control, body and soul. Not to for sure, I'm already yours.
Masih seberapa pantaskah kau untuk ku tunggu? Cukupinakah dirimu untuk selalu ku nantikan? Mampukah kau hadir dalam setiap mimpi burukku? Mampukah kita bertahan di saat kita jauh? Seberapa hebat kau untuk ku banggakan? Cukup tangguhkah dirimu untuk selalu ku andalkan? Oh, oh, mampukah kau bertahan dengan hidupku yang malam? Oh, 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 sanggupkah kau meyakinkan di saat aku bimbang? Celakanya hanya kaulah yang benar-benar aku tunggu. Hanya kaulah yang benar-benar memahamiku. Kau pergi dan hilang kemanapun kau suka. Celakanya hanya kaulah yang pantas untuk ku banggakan. Hanya kaulah yang sanggup untuk aku andalkan. Di antara beri aku selalu seberapa hebat kau untuk ku banggakan? Cukup tangguhkah dirimu untuk selalu ku andalkan? Oh, oh, mampukah kau bertahan dengan hidupku yang malam? Oh, 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 sanggupkah kau meyakinkan di saat aku bimbang? Celakanya hanya kaulah yang benar-benar aku tunggu. Hanya kaulah yang benar-benar memahamiku. Kau pergi dan hilang kemanapun kau suka. Celakanya hanya kaulah yang pantas untuk ku banggakan. Hanya kaulah yang sanggup untuk aku andalkan. Di antara beri aku selalu menantimu. Celaka So yang membuatku resah. Kau merangkulku di saat yang lain menindasku. Ingin rasanya aku selalu bersamamu.
Menikmati kebahagiaan ini, tak mengapa tak ada dirimu. Banyak teman yang menemani. Aku sudah tak bodoh lagi seperti waktu kau bohongi aku sampai ku tertipu. Tapi akhirnya ku move on darimu. Kau memang masih lugu dan gak tahu kamu dan tak berpikir untuk dekat di lain. Kini ku tahu kamu, ku tahu aslimu. Sorry, sorry, ku sudah lupakan kamu. Menikmati kebahagiaan ini, tak mengapa tak ada dirimu. Banyak teman yang menemani. Aku sudah tak bodoh lagi seperti waktu kau bohongi aku sampai ku tertipu. Tapi akhirnya ku move on darimu. Kau memang masih lugu dan gak tahu kamu dan tak berpikir untuk dekat di lain. Kini ku tahu kamu, ku tahu aslimu. Sorry, sorry, ku sudah lupakan kamu. Kau memang masih lugu dan gak tahu kamu dan tak berpikir untuk dekat di lain. Kini ku tahu kamu, ku tahu aslimu. Sorry, sorry, ku sudah lupakan kamu. Sorry, sorry, ku sudah lupakan kamu. told you I want you to the bone. Have I ever called you when you are alone? And if I ever forget to tell you how I feel, listen to me now. I want you to the bone. I want you to the bone. Oh, I want you to the bone. Oh, baby, if you can see what I feel through my bone, every corner in me, that your presence has grown. Maybe I'm not a reborn, but saying how it feels. But I didn't mean it before. I want you to the bone. I want you to take me home. I'm falling. Love me long. I'm rolling. Losing control, body and soul. Not to for sure. I'm already yours. Hold you down. I'm falling. Hold you down. You're calling. Losing control, body and soul. Not to for sure. I'm already yours. Would that be alright? Hey, would that be alright? Baby, if you can see what I feel through my bone, every corner in me, that your presence has grown. Maybe I'm not a reborn, but saying how it feels. But I didn't mean it before. I want you to the bone. I want you to take me home. I'm falling. Love me long. I'm rolling. Losing control, body and soul. Not to for sure. I'm already yours. Hold you down. I'm falling. Hold you down. You're calling. Losing control, body and soul. Not to for sure. I'm already yours.
Masih seberapa pantaskah kau untuk ku tunggu? Cukup pinakah dirimu untuk selalu ku nantikan? Mampukah kau hadir dalam setiap mimpi burukku? Mampukah kita bertahan di saat kita jauh? Seberapa hebat kau untuk ku banggakan? Cukup tangguhkah dirimu untuk selalu ku andalkan? Oh, oh, mampukah kau bertahan dengan hidupku yang malam? Oh, 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 sanggupkah kau meyakinkan di saat aku bimbang? Bahkan di saat aku bimbang, celakanya hanya kaulah yang benar-benar aku tunggu. Hanya kaulah yang benar-benar memahamiku. Kau pergi dan hilang kemanapun kau suka. Celakanya hanya kaulah yang pantas untuk ku banggakan. Hanya kaulah yang sanggup untuk aku andalkan. Di antara beri aku
Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second session of our webinar today. Before we proceed, I would like to remind those who haven't filled the registration form to do so by scanning the QR code on your screen. This will help us to provide the certificate of attendance to all participants. Thank you. Without further ado, I hand over the next session to our moderator, Mr. Azrin Jalasi. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Handsome Boy MC. Ladies and gentlemen, here I be the moderator again. We meet again in this fifth session of this webinar. Our fifth special speaker today will be delivering talk entitled Resilient Pedagogy Post-Pandemic Considerations for Teaching Practices. Without delaying the time, let's get to know our next speaker by watching this video all the way from Singapore.
There are disruptive changes sweeping across the world because of the fourth industrial revolution and rapid technological advances. There are jobs that do not yet exist and knowledge and skills that are not yet available in the curricula of many universities. We'll have to reimagine new models of learning and adjust the way we teach and learn.
Concentration of OH minus times the concentration.
There are disruptive changes sweeping across the world because of the fourth industrial revolution and rapid technological advances. There are jobs that do not yet exist and knowledge and skills that are not yet available in the curricula of many universities. We'll have to reimagine new models of learning and adjust the way we teach and learn.
Concentration of OH minus times the concentration.
This is phosphorus, this is carbon. You're going cold now.
Yes.
Professor Low loves diamond and gold.
We build software, build solutions to actually help our customers be more efficient as well.
We aim to be a leading global university that inspires and innovates for positive societal impact.
身体觉得好吗？
As the national university, NUS intends to be at the forefront of this revolution, to nurture leaders of society working together in the spirit of innovation and enterprise. We will embed lifelong learning in the NUS DNA to ensure that we create knowledge and value for Singapore and Singaporeans.
Great video. Our next speaker is Dr. Darren Benjamin Liu. He is an esteemed lecturer from National University of Singapore, NUS. This is the time. Let's welcome Dr. Darren Benjamin Liu to deliver his talk today. Dr. Darren, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Can I be heard? Can everyone hear me well?
Yes, can be.
Okay, great. So I'll just jump straight into it. Thank you so much for inviting me to join the webinar today. It's been very nice to listen to the different perspectives offered by the different presenters earlier today. And I'm just going to add to what has been shared so far. Okay, so as you can see here on my title slide, I'm going to be talking about resilience, which is something that we have always known to be very important, to be educators, but I think its importance have become even more prominent in the last few years as we are, maneuvering through very new territory, okay, in terms of interacting with our students, in terms of doing our work, as teachers in the office, okay. Now, as I have said, resilience, I think, has definitely become even more important during the pandemic, and as we make plans to, adjust to the post-pandemic situation. As I have mentioned, resilience is not something that is, foreign or alien to all of us. I think all of us know what it is. And that will be the basis of my talk this afternoon, okay? And in the past few years, we have also seen a surge in so many different technological tools. I believe Dr. Malai was sharing some of which she used for her class in Brunei, and Mrs. Rita as well this morning talked about some of the tools, the digital tools that they used in Thailand, okay? So I think all of us were presented with so many options, which can be a good thing, but also at the same time, when we have so many options at our disposal, suddenly we have so many things to choose from, it can be quite stressful as well, okay? Now, because of the pandemic, because of the introduction of so many new technological tools, we suddenly find ourselves in this, kind of like in the middle, of these two things happening, the pandemic on one side and then all of these technological tools coming up. And then, of course, all the other challenges that we face around us, we really are prompted to rethink education. We really are made to rethink how, we can best teach, especially in times that are uncertain, okay? Just to give you an example, since a few years back, NUS has been trying to reconceptualize how courses are delivered. I think there is an effort for many of the classes, not all, many of the classes to kind of reimagine itself. So not the typical, you meet your professor twice a week for 2 hours each lesson, but to be creative in how that can be repackaged and delivered in accordance to the 21st century learning skills and the tools available to us. And of course, the arrival of the pandemic expedited this whole process. We are suddenly, forced in a corner, so to speak, to really rethink how we can, facilitate this process, not just to enable students to learn, but also to be able to give ample support to the teachers. Okay. Now, resilience, as I had said, is the basis for the talk this afternoon. We know it as a very important construct for teacher identity. Okay, it defines who we are individually, who we are as a community. Resilience also is a factor that correlates very closely with our commitment, okay, to education, to teaching, and also the longevity in the profession. I think earlier on, there was one participant, Lawrence, I think, who asked about, was it Lawrence? I can't remember now, but there was a question about, teachers leaving the teaching profession, as a result, maybe partially as a result of the pandemic. Yeah. Now, before I move any further with my presentation, I have a quick poll which I would like you to help me do. Okay, just give me one moment as I figure out how to do this. Oops. Okay. Just one moment. Okay, everyone, thank you for waiting. Okay, I'm not so familiar with WebEx. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm gonna paste a link in the chat. I would really appreciate it if all of you could visit the link. It's a really short poll, and I'm sorry that you can only choose one answer in the poll. You're supposed to be able to choose a few, but it's a learning experience for me as well. I've never used poll everywhere, and I wasn't able to figure out how to enable multiple options. Yeah, so if you can just visit the poll, and then we can take a look at your initial perception with regards to what you call that, resilience means. Yeah. So if you can do that, maybe I'll give you maybe 1 minute. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay, while people are doing the poll, I'll just go ahead with the presentation. We'll come back to the results later on and try to see what the general or what the majority thinks resilience is. Okay, let me just get back to my PowerPoint. Now, like what I was saying earlier on, resilience is not a totally new concept to all of us as teachers, okay? I think the literature has talked about literature quite a bit, and that will be the first half of my presentation. I will be quickly revisiting some of the characteristics of resilience, the notion of resilience as reported in literature. And then I will present some anecdotes in relation to resilience. And then from these two, let's see if we can take away some considerations. Just like what Dr. Malai had said earlier on, I think all of these things that we are sharing today are considerations. We are all in different situations, different circumstances, and we really need to find out and identify what works best for our own individual, circumstance. Okay, so let's move on to some of the information that we can glean from literature. Okay, as you can see on the slide, resilience is typically referred to as, a process that's complex. Okay, to have resilience, I mean, you have to have a lot of experiences, inside the classroom, outside of the classroom, dealing with different people. So it is indeed a complex process. It's a complex outcome. It's idiosyncratic because it's also situational, and it's cyclical. Okay, to achieve an extent of resilience, you would have had to experience a certain phenomenon repeatedly over time. Okay, and your perception towards it might change, after a while. Okay. Typically, the second, paragraph on my slide, this is the typical definition that we get when we look up resilience. Okay, resilience is how we manage with problems. Okay, we often think of resilience as the ability to troubleshoot, the ability to provide solutions to problems, and sometimes it might not even be 100%, not a complete solution, but ways to mitigate the negative impact of the problem. Okay, now, and in doing this, we are actually looking at both protective and risk factors. Okay, resilience can be protective because it might help the teacher stay longer in the profession. If the teacher is resilient towards challenges, towards problems, the teacher might stay on longer than those whose resilience might not be as high. Okay, but it is also a risk factor because if teachers are met with multiple challenges, and it happens continuously, just like what we have observed in the last 2 years with the pandemic, that can be a risk factor as well, because we have teachers who are burnt out. Okay, they don't necessarily leave the profession, but they might be burnt out. And like what Mrs. Rita said this morning, I think, yes, we need to think of the students. She said we have to think of the students, but she also said we have to think of the teachers. We need to think of their well-being. Okay, so yes, resilience is a good characteristic to have, and the outcome can be good, but there is also a risk to it. Okay, okay, next slide. Resilience traditionally is also attributed to a teacher having a very strong sense of agency. So the teacher knows that he or she is able to accomplish something. He or she is able to troubleshoot, to solve a problem. Okay, the teacher also knows that there is a support network. Okay, in terms of colleagues or the supervisors, or the dean of the faculty or the principal of the school. There is a network of support, and also a realization of one's strength, and it can be very helpful also to understand one's weaknesses. Okay, the confidence and commitment of teachers to deal with problems, and this stems from the essence of education. Okay, a lot of scholars out there argue that education is not necessarily being the best student, or producing the best students in the nation, or in the region, but education is really to bring out good moral values, civic mindedness among students. Okay, and this commitment and this confidence actually comes from, it's supposed to come from there. Okay, the commitment to education, because we are thinking of the greater good, not only for the students but for the society. Okay, and of course resilience is shaped by the institution. Okay, institutions also play a very pivotal role. They need to offer support to the teachers in order for the teachers to be, to an extent, resilient, to be able to cope and respond to challenges that come their way. Okay, and this can come from small matters that the administrators do, to policies that the organizations take. Okay. Okay, so these are some of the traditional, definitions, okay, of what resilience is. Now, resilience is typically attributed to different sources, okay, but literature has shown that it comes mainly from personal and practical experience that we gain from the classroom. I think Dr. Malai gave many good examples in her presentation earlier on, where she decided to learn how to use different kinds of tools. And I think that has the greatest impact, not only on her as an educator, but also on her students, okay? So because the discourse, because the perception towards resilience has, for a long time been built around the notion of responding to problems, being able to overcome challenges. So it's very, very easy for all of us, even myself, to fall into this very simplistic view of what resilience is, okay? So we always probably, we are naturally drawn, we're always thinking of resilience as one's ability to solve problems, okay? But what you call that, from the literature, we also find a lot of, well, not too many actually, and I'll explain to you in a bit why there isn't too many of these kinds of research findings or these kinds of stories or narratives out there. We don't really hear much about teachers who, what you call that, face challenges, and they have trouble in their classroom. Perhaps it's so bad that it had affected them emotionally, it had affected their well-being, okay, that they might lose sight of, the purpose of being a teacher, okay? So typically, when we look at the literature on resilience, these group of teachers are often those who unfortunately leave the teaching profession. And again, unfortunately, there aren't many studies on this. There's a lot of papers out there about, the good things that teachers can do, the good things that teachers should do, but there aren't that many about, some of the attempts at being good. However, those attempts were not successful, not necessarily because the teachers were not skillful or not knowledgeable, because of the circumstances that they were in, okay? So there is a critical call actually in the literature among researchers in the education field, asking for more insights about this, okay? Yes, we want success stories of teachers that show resilience, but we also want to learn from, we want to empathize with those who are, confronted with circumstances that are perhaps more dire than what we typically face in our own classrooms, okay? Now, just before I move on to the next slide, I'd like to draw your attention to this second paragraph here, second bullet point. Resilience may not be an innate attribute. It's not just found within the teacher, but like what we have seen in the definitions or the references given earlier on, it does include other factors, other people, okay? It's affected by various external factors, including the students, okay, and their motivation in the classroom. Okay, just like what I said earlier on, there is this growing interest to take a more critical look into this notion of resilience. Typically, when we look at literature regarding teaching in higher education, especially, or in primary or secondary education, there is this expectation for teachers to always bounce back from adversity. And it's almost like an unfair expectation because, if the teacher does not bounce back, and then the teacher was a failure or did not do a good job. It's almost as if there is no room for error for the teachers, okay? So some scholars are advocating for a more realistic view of teachers' work, okay? However, the dominant discourse, the dominant perception out there is that teachers are always expected to bounce back, okay? And one of the reasons why there is this kind of perception is because researchers, especially, when we look at scholarly work, they typically look at individual stories like case studies or narrative studies. They look at those as very individualistic and not generalizable, not applicable to the greater setting, which is actually what you call that dangerous, to perceive, small case studies in such a manner, or narrative studies, or any qualitative studies for that matter, okay? Because it diminishes the issues, the problems that are very real and that are happening in schools, okay? instead of looking at the case studies as a single phenomenon that's isolated from everything else, it is the value of the case study that should be looked into. Okay. Next, another I think from the same people, from Price, Mansfield, and McConney. Okay. So from a managerial discourse, how schools should be run or how higher education should be run, there is always this tendency to provide a set of characteristics. Okay, if you're a good teacher, you should be doing this, which is all good and fine, but in most cases it diminishes or it pushes other more realistic issues to the peripheral, okay, to the margins, and that is actually probably more important. Those issues at the margin are more important because they are the triggers, okay, that might cause unhappiness, dissatisfaction, or even being jaded and losing sight of what the purpose of teaching is. Okay. And yes, we often just take on these admirable qualities. Okay, we take them on without questioning. Okay. I mean, one thing that we do here in Singapore, at least in my classroom, how we always promote things like task-based learning, content-based learning. I'm an English teacher, and or communicative language teaching, those kinds of things. But then a lot of my students are Asians. They come from the region, and they come from English classrooms where teachers normally just talk to them, and it can be about grammar, it can be about different aspects about the English language. And then we expect them to kind of just flip a switch and they're able to communicate or interact actively in a group discussion setting. And yes, I mean, I would like my students to be able to do that, but I think just kind of expecting them to jump immediately into that kind of ability, I think, is very misguided. But that's an example of, I think, being very hasty, being very quick to just kind of adopt, anything that kind of sounds good or things that other people are doing. Okay. And when this kind of, decision making is taken to higher levels, when it concerns policies, it concerns administrative decisions, these kinds of lists, good qualities that people should have, can be misused, okay, to evaluate, to control what we do on the ground in the classroom, okay? And I'm pretty sure over the last 2 years, all of us have been struggling. In the classroom, we make a lot of adjustments to what we do in the classroom. However, policies or requirements beyond the classroom, above the classroom, might not have changed with us. Okay, so for example, it was not possible to do final exams anymore because the students can't come to campus. And then we make changes to it, and we separate them into smaller tasks, for example. But perhaps that would be viewed unfavorably, viewed negatively by those who hold managerial positions. Okay, I think this is what was mentioned also by the speakers this morning. Yes, the teachers need to be able to make certain changes, but then those who hold higher positions also need to acknowledge, need to recognize that these changes are necessary given the circumstance that we are in. Okay. So resilience, the point that I'm trying to get across is that the teacher is not the crux. The teacher is not the only one who needs to be resilient. The onus is not on the teacher alone. Okay, resilience needs to be thought of as an idea, a construct that is encompassing. Okay, it needs to involve more than just the teachers. And I think we have seen that more and more during the pandemic, where we not only need the cooperation from the students, especially with the younger learners, we also need cooperation from their family, their caretakers, for example. Okay. The second point here talks about trust. We need to trust that teachers are doing their job and that they have the best interest of the students in mind. And teachers need to be given the space, the leeway to reconfigure and be creative, to think of how they can repackage and deliver content to their students. Okay, so that concludes the first part. I'll move on to the second part, which are stories, anecdotes of resilience. Stories, or qualitative data, if you may, or narrative data, It's a very dicey kind of data source. A lot of people are not quite sure whether to embrace it or kind of to distance themselves away from it. Literature says that insights that we get from anecdotes, from stories, are actually very, very helpful, especially if we want to understand certain unique factors that may impact certain decision making, certain teaching practices, because those things might not be observed when you are looking at the broader picture. All of those nuances might disappear because we're just focused on the bigger picture. Okay, so it's always very good and I think very useful in terms of research to look at anecdotes, to look at cases, because it does give us a more complex, a realer, if you may, picture of what goes on in the classroom. Okay, so in this next section, I'll be sharing different anecdotes related to resilience. Okay, I'll be sharing some successful stories and also some unsuccessful stories. Okay, so the first one here is about Richard, who struggled with material development. Now this, of course, if you look at the year, was from 2015, years before the pandemic happened, but I think all of us did struggle. We all did have some difficulties when we were redeveloping our materials, okay? But here the anecdote is talking about how Richard felt a sense of accomplishment after he was able to develop the material appropriately to be relevant to his students. Okay, so resilience from a sense of self-accomplishment, okay, being able to do something. And I think all of us had that experience, when we mastered, when we became comfortable using, a technology, a tool for the classroom. I think all of us had that sense of achievement, okay? Being a self-efficacious teacher, having an awareness. I'm doing a project right now, and this was from one of my interviewees. Okay, so having the awareness of what's out there, not being confined to what the principal is advocating for, or what the popular tool is, but being open-minded to other tools that might be useful. Again, a lot of tools out there, yes, they are available given that you have good internet access and given that you have enough financial resources to get through the paywall, because not all tools are for free. Some of them, many of them are free to a certain extent, the basic functions, but if you want to do more, you will have to pay. Especially students, I mean, are they able to pay? Okay, but yeah, being open, having an awareness of what is out there can be very helpful to keep the teacher going. Okay, so in this case, Misha was experimenting, was trying different kinds of technological tools. Earlier on, I said I'm giving you two sides of the coin, and I know that's a very modernist way of looking at things. Things are not just two sides, things are many sides. So, but yes, to keep it simple and straightforward, here are the observed cases, the opposite cases, okay? The unsuccessful stories, okay? So here is a short anecdote from Hong 2012. Leavers group here refers to teachers who had left the teaching profession, okay? So Kaylee here left, she resigned from being a teacher because she thought that she was not a strong enough disciplinarian, okay? So here you can see what she had said. I don't think I'm strong enough to handle 30 teenagers, especially kids who don't have a strong parent support at home and they don't have strong discipline at home, okay? Again, this was published way before the pandemic, but I think a lot of us can relate to this to a certain extent. I mean, I know all of us here are teaching, I think, at the tertiary level, at the college, polytechnics. Some might be teaching secondary primary school, that's fine too. But then I think we found some instances where we wish the parents of our students would intervene, try to get their children to do the work that we assign them, okay? Another story that showed not so much success, okay? Teachers not being a part of the okay, this is very, very recent, okay, published this year, Kim, Oxley, and Asbury, okay? Not being a part of the conversation during the pandemic, okay? And I think we can all, again, relate with this. For the last 2 years, there has been a heavy focus on the students, and that should be the case. I think, yes, we need to emphasize the well-being of our students, just like what Mrs. Rita said this morning, so that there is not too much learning loss. Okay, we have to think about ways to make sure that they are able to meet the different academic milestones that they have, to do within the academic year or within the semester. Okay, but at the same time, when we are emphasizing, when we're paying attention to how our students are doing, sometimes we forget about the teachers. Okay, sometimes we forget to include them in the conversation. Okay, and of course that can be quite disheartening to teachers as well, especially when something like the pandemic has been going on for quite some time. It can be quite disheartening to the teachers when their emotional, their mental wellness are not met. Their emotional needs, mental wellness are not met. Yeah. There was a study on teacher resilience in Malaysia. I'm glad it was published. The main challenge that this study pointed out was material development, and I think all of us struggled with this. And I like one of the examples that Mrs. Rita mentioned this morning, and that was to do drafts of an assignment. We did that as well when we started teaching online last year, no, 2 years ago in 2020. And even though we were just, the one essay had like draft 1 and then draft 2 and then the final draft, it was actually, the students didn't find that boring. We were actually worried that, the students might get bored with the topic that they chose, but actually it gave us a very, very good reason to go deep with the writing issues that our students had. Okay, so it was not just, they submit an essay, we mark it and we're done with it, but we were actually able to really go into the minute details on, about academic writing. Okay. But yeah, this of course can't be safe for all classroom situations, just like what's mentioned here in the slide. Some teachers might not have the experience. Some teachers might be limited by the resources or the space given to them. I mean, some schools might insist on the teachers using a particular syllabus, using a particular teaching style, even if they don't match with the online mode of teaching. Okay, so in those kinds of situations, it might be difficult and challenging, more difficult and challenging for the teachers. Okay, I think all of us by now know that we can't just simply repackage something or regurgitate it online. It's not the same, textbook, something that you can hold paper, something you can hold versus something that's delivered to the students online. Okay. So yeah, I hope that second part, we're coming to the last part actually now, that second part gives us this sense that, sometimes there are instances where, it was not successful. The intervention by the teacher or the approach employed by the teacher might not be successful. And I think we should not shy away from that because it then gives us this, I don't know, incomplete sense of what teachers are supposed to be. And I think that needs to be taken into account as we are moving forward, as we are moving beyond the pandemic, okay? I think, especially with the healthcare workers, there were a lot of, like in Singapore, I think there was a shortage in healthcare workers. And a lot of healthcare workers had to do more shifts than they normally do. And for the last 2 years, and it's still ongoing until today, people are still advocating for more humane management of healthcare workers. Giving them time off, giving them rest, allowing them to go back to their families. And to a certain extent, to a certain degree, we should also think of the same kinds of what you call that. We should advocate for the same kinds of treatment, the same kinds of support for educators as well, for teachers. Okay. One thing that I'm going to start from the top and then work my way, down to the teachers, to the classroom. Okay, so at the institutional level, there should be some consideration as to what kind of what kind of work is acceptable. Okay. I think it's very easy. I think these days, because of all of these technological tools and we're online, everything's done over the internet. It's very easy to blur the boundaries, and I think that's a very dangerous path to tread. okay, where there is a blurring of the boundary between work and personal life, because teachers need to rest as well. So I think identifying and laying out what is acceptable, what the job scope is for the teachers, and making those things known to the students is very important. Okay. This is very important, especially when the work is very volatile, meaning like, I know some countries were shifting between online and offline constantly, online and face-to-face constantly, yeah, or ad hoc, yeah. Create a safe space where teachers can reach out for help or support for matters pertaining to their well-being. Yeah, again, like what I said, teachers are humans as well, and there will be attempts, our teaching attempts, there will be classroom instances where we feel like we were not successful, in our delivery, in the things that we did with our students, and that should not be taken at its absolute value. I mean, that definitely can be a learning curve for the teacher, but also I think it's a very good reflection of how human we are, okay, and that mistakes do happen. And I think at the institutional level, that kind of recognition needs to be provided, okay. Now, at the classroom level, lessons in the syllabus, which can be converted, those things have to be identified, okay? And like what was shared this morning, I think teachers need to be involved in material development, just like what Mrs. Rita said this morning. Sometimes the teachers can see things that other people can't see. So teachers need to be a part of that. So back to my story at the very beginning, before I start my presentation, about how we are going through some changes here at NUS. So it has always been the plan to trim down or migrate some of the courses, not all of the courses, some of the courses here at NUS to some sort of an online setting, okay? And then the pandemic happened, and then that kind of expedited things. So I have been involved in the redevelopment of an academic communication, professional academic communication course for graduate students, so for students who are doing their master's or PhD. And that course will be rolled out. It will start officially January 2023. And in developing that, we identified a lot of the materials that can actually be converted into like bite-sized videos, even if it's for 1 minute, or even like audio, which is accompanied by maybe like a short quiz, or some questions which students need to discuss in a forum later on. So creating all of these little things that will be given to students progressively as they go through the semester. Okay, so identifying lessons and tasks where those things can be done. Okay, and of course we will still have face-to-face meetings, but a lot of the content-based, okay, where knowledge is being discussed, being transferred, those things which we can convert into asynchronous mode, we will be doing that. This is not easy, and I'm sure all of you have been involved in some sort of a curriculum revision process, and we know that it's not easy, because I think in doing this there were a lot of things that we had to discuss. For example, how in institutions there is a set number of hours that lecturers have to teach. It's part of their job scope. So in our job description we are supposed to teach X number of hours, for instance. So with when we are transforming classes like this, and then we suddenly find ourselves not having a lot of contact time with the students face to face in a teaching setting. Okay, so this reduces the number of hours. So what happens? I mean, do we get paid less, or does the institution need to redefine what they how they conceptualize teaching or contact hours? Okay, so there has been some, I think, small incremental changes, but hopefully it snowballs to the students' contribution. Okay. Moving on, also at the classroom level, probably limit or lessen the reliance of predetermined syllabus. I think the pandemic has really made all of us recognize how important it is to think on our feet. And like what was mentioned earlier on, sometimes material that we get from the syllabus is very hard to translate into something that's done online, okay? This is definitely not easy. Like what was mentioned just now, sometimes some institutions have very strict requirements about the use of, the syllabus, the predetermined syllabus, and that teachers or lecturers need to finish them. Socialize students, okay, especially with their parents and or caretakers, to the expectations of the teachers or the class. Okay, this can be done at the beginning of the semester, especially when we have to do ad hoc changes to how the class is delivered. Okay. And accept the possibility of various teaching practices. I think Dr. Malai gave some good examples just now about using quizzes, okay? The same thing as me, you know, when I started converting things online, I never used quizzes before, you know, in an academic writing class. But then I found myself, okay, how do I make, you know, make enough materials, you know, so that students will be doing work on their own for half an hour. So yeah, I relied on quizzes, I relied on even annotating. You know, I give them a research article and I get them to just kind of highlight or circle maybe useful academic phrases or word or even words that they don't know. So those things, yeah. So things that I never thought that I would be, you know, doing, because like what I said earlier on, we're always, you know, confronted with popular discourse about, okay, we should use like communicative language teaching, get the students to talk, you know, things like that. But I think in circumstances like this, we have to be more open-minded, because, you know, some methods, some approaches which we deem very traditional, very conservative, might actually work better, okay, given the situation that we are in. And at the same time, of course, keeping in mind not all students, not all schools have access to such tools. Yeah, even a task like preparing a portfolio, where what you call that, there need not be too much intervention from the lecturer. Okay, even that could probably work, given that enough instruction is given at the beginning, and also given that the students are old enough. Okay, of course, you know, getting a portfolio prepared might not work for younger learners. Yeah. Okay, so coming to the end of my presentation, I think we are all now aware of the limitations that we have, you know, as teachers. You know, not all our students have access to tools, to, you know, technological tools, or even the internet. So we have to be very creative in how we look forward, in how we plan for the future. Okay. Enough support still needs to be given, or even more support needs to be given to teachers, and I think trust. I think teachers need to be trusted that they are able to do what's best for the students. Okay, and when this trusting relationship is built between the institution and the teachers, you know, teachers, lecturers, professors might be more self-efficacious. Okay, especially in times when immediate decisions need to be made. Okay. One thing though, and this is food for thought, not really an answer, but more of a for you to think about, you know, later on today and for the rest of the week. We have so much technology now at our disposal. We can choose to use different kinds of, you know, technological tools for our classroom, and all of this, I think, beyond the education sector, we always hear technology being advertised as seamless. Okay, using this tool, using this app, using this thing on your computer will help you move seamlessly through different aspects of your life, which sounds very appealing to many people, but also it runs the risk of the blurring of the boundary, like what was mentioned earlier on. Okay, when we are constantly connected, then when do we stop? Okay, so it goes back to what was mentioned earlier on. I think the institution, needs to, it doesn't have to be definitive, but I mean, it has to come to their attention that, the teachers have a particular scope that they need to cover, and to protect the teachers, when students are expecting them to go beyond that scope. Okay, yeah. So seamless, technological movement sounds appealing, but there are risks as well. And I think another piece of food for thought, I hope that you leave the presentation this afternoon. Resilience doesn't always refer to just being able to troubleshoot or to solve problems. Resilience is also more than that. It comes from so many external factors beyond the teachers. Okay. And another very important point is that sometimes we do find ourselves in situations that are not so favorable, not so successful, and that's perfectly fine. I think that is what contributes to a more critical, a more realistic understanding of what teacher resilience or resilient pedagogy means. Yeah. Okay, I'll be more than happy to take any questions that you might have, but thank you so much for giving me the time and for listening to the presentation. Oh, no, before we end, let me look at your responses in the poll. Just one moment, okay? Okay, so 80% out of, let me see how many people. Oh, 20%. 20 people responded. That's fine. But 80% chose the first one. A teacher who can cope with challenging teaching situations. Okay, which is the traditional, I think, view of what resilience means in relation to teachers. But yeah, I hope that the presentation has made you rethink of what resilience, means to educators, to those working in the education sector. Yeah. Okay, thank you all. Yeah, if you have any questions, yeah, go ahead and type them in the chat. I'll be more than happy to try to answer them. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for the impactful talk, Dr. Darren. Now it's the time for the audiences to pose any questions. Okay, here we have.
Can I go ahead and answer the questions?
We're still waiting for. We're still waiting for question here. Oh yeah, we have. Yeah, hopefully, sorry if my pronunciation is not correct. Thank you, Doctor. Attitude plays crucial part of educators. As a school head, how we can choose a teacher with resilience attitudes. Dr. Darren, maybe you can respond to this question.
I think you're muted. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll just go ahead and answer the question here about attitude. Of course, yes, we all have to have positive and acceptable attitude. As school head, how can we choose a teacher with resilient attributes? I'm trying to think of a situation. I've never been in a position where I had to choose full-time teachers, but I've been involved in hiring part-time teachers. We do employ a lot of part-time lecturers actually here at NUS. And one way in which we look at the possibility of them being resilient is when we give them a case study. So in the interview process itself, we ask them, we give them a case study, something that happens in the classroom, or perhaps, a very brief description of a lesson and maybe some situations in relation to that lesson, and see how they come up with, either a solution or a plan to address any of the concerns that are in the, in the case study. Yeah. So I'm focusing on the word you used there, choose. How do we choose a teacher? So yeah, so with regards to that, we give them case studies to kind of talk about. Yeah.
Maybe another question from the floor. Okay. Yes, Dr. Darren, I have a personal question here also. Actually, I'm wondering, in Singapore, what was the most important supports given by the government? Hold on. Can you hear my voice? Testing, testing. We cannot hear. They said they cannot hear.
Testing.
Okay, everybody can hear my voice? Still muted. Oh my God, Okay. All right. Maybe the audience can respond whether you guys can hear me or not. Echoing, but here. All right, Dr. Darren, actually, I repeat again my question here. Hopefully you can hear, Doctor. Boleh dengar? We are so sorry, guys, because we have some technical issues here. But echo. Maybe you can help me to type the question, Johan, so that Dr. Darren can read and go answer directly. All right? Back to silent, never mind. Okay, what was the most important support given by the government in Singapore? Maybe you can share with us here, Dr. Darren. What was the most important support given by the government in Singapore? Yes. All right, the question is posted. Maybe Dr. Darren can answer directly lah. Johan, maybe you can, yeah. Okay. School were given a budget for equipment. That is Dr. Darren's response. classroom around the country. Maybe the technical team can unmute Dr. Darren so that we can hear his voice. Is it possible?
Oh, hi. Okay, maybe I'll answer the question here by Mr. Johan. Thank you, Mr. Johan, for inviting me to this session today. So the most important support given by the government in Singapore, I think there were different kinds of support, but I think in particular for schools, there was a budget given to schools at every level. I think from daycare all the way up to the university level for the purchase of equipment to be able to do hybrid classes. So over the last year and the year before, a lot of classrooms around campus here at NUS have been renovated, retrofitted with cameras that, I've never used it before because I've been teaching just online. I've never had to do hybrid, but the cameras follow the teacher. Some teachers, some professors like to walk around the classroom. So you need to wear like a device, and the camera will kind of follow you around. So the camera doesn't lose sight of what the teacher is doing in the classroom, and the microphone as well. So there are mics placed in different parts of the classroom. So if students have questions, and they talk, if a microphone is placed too far away, the student's voice might not be heard. So the mics, cameras, yeah. So that was one of the biggest, I think. Yeah, we might not always think of equipment, but I think when we are forced to reckon with teaching online, I think equipment suddenly becomes very important. Yeah, a lot of times I think before the pandemic, we always think about what's the most important content. How do I want my students? What do I want my students to learn? But I think in the last 2 years we have been dealing with something that's more important, and that is how do I get my students into the classroom, even if they aren't able to physically be there. Yeah. So yeah, so there has been a shift, I think, from what the class should be to how it's being run. Yeah. But the university here is planning to do face-to-face completely next year. Yeah. So let's hope everything goes well. Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Johan.
My voice can be heard now?
It's okay, Azrin.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Darren. Actually, that is my question just now, Dr. Darren. But I'm asking Mr. Johan's help to read my question. All right, we have a question here again. Do you think that it is possible that teachers can choose the most suitable learning mode for them? What do you think, Dr. Darren?
I think yes and no. And if I know there are some in the audience here who are administrators, maybe they want to chime in as well. It is possible. In the case of my module, it was possible, especially things for which I had control over. So tasks that are done in class, lessons that are done in class, which are not tied in with the for example, the formative kind of assessment, like it's not tied in with the final exam. Because at least here at NUS, if we make changes to any of those tasks which have been clearly identified as bearing weight, in the course outline, then we have to go through a process. We have to, write the letter to our dean, and then the dean needs to, go higher up and higher up and higher up, because that is making changes to, how the course is being structured and how it's going to be delivered. So yeah, I mean, yes and no. I think for the smaller non-high stakes assessment and learning, I was able to make changes. Yeah, but for the other things which are high stakes, which the students' grades depend on, those things, yeah, I couldn't touch because it would require approval from higher up. Yeah. But like what I said just now, there are a lot of courses being reimagined right now. So we are getting, I think like what Dr. Malai explained just now, in the case of Brunei, we are getting rid of a lot of the final exams, and we are converting them into, a paper or we break it into smaller bits and pieces, throughout the semester. Yeah, continuous assessment. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Darren. We still waiting for last question in the chat room, but it seems that there's no new. So maybe this is the last question, Dr. Darren. I'm not sure whether this question is related or not, but since we are talking about resilience in education sector, we are referring to the teachers, educators, and students, and all related parties. Do you think that we have to embrace the new norms in our education system? Because now we are heading towards healing or healed condition. The number of COVID-19 cases getting lesser and lesser. That is what we saw now. So do you think that we have to continue with the new norms, or we should go back to the conventional or traditional approach as been used, as been implemented before COVID-19 pandemic? This is the last question, Dr. Darren.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if I'm in the position to answer that, but I can just tell you from my observation of what's going on right now in Singapore. This is a small, island nation, and when something happens somewhere, it does have an impact on everything else. For the fact that we are, in a small island nation. So what has been happening in the last 6 months? Remember the video about NUS earlier on? I think NUS is being very driven by what the industry is doing, how the industry is progressing. So for the last 6 months, in the news, when we go, read the news here in Singapore, there's a lot of reports about office buildings becoming redundant. And there's this term called hot desking that's coming up. It's becoming very popular. So what organizations and companies are doing is that they are actually embracing a hybrid mode of working. So they allow their employees to come into the office maybe 2 times a week or 3 times a week, and employees are not guaranteed a desk. So they are just coming into a communal kind of open style office, and if you're there first, it's basically first come first serve. If you're there first, you get a desk to sit at and do your work. Otherwise, you might have to sit in the lounge or the meeting room or whatever. And I think that will definitely have a ripple effect on us institutions, because we try to tie in our academic programs with what they do in the industry. Of course, the students will definitely come back to the universities and start saying, in a few months' time, in a few years' time, the companies are doing this. Why are we still expected to go to class every single day, 5 days a week, when we reach the point where we are working, when we are joining the industry, we're not, expected to do that. And work is done online as well, in the corporate world, in the professional world, and they might question, why educational institutions are not doing that. And I think that's one of the reasons why, like what I said just now, the course that I'm developing, reimagining right now, courses here run for 13 weeks, 13 or 17 weeks, depending on which faculty you're from. But in my course that will start next year, the first half of the semester, the first 6 weeks, there's no teacher interaction at all. So students are really just doing their own work independently. And then we only come in after the midterm break, week 7 until the very end, yeah. But this is just to kind of reflect, I think, the changing times of how work is being perceived, yeah. I guess, so I think in the case of Singapore, I think how the professional world, how the corporate world is changing will definitely have an impact on how we run our classes here. I'm not quite sure for a country as big as Malaysia or even Thailand, yeah. But yeah, hopefully, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but that's what's going on here in Singapore, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Darren. That's a very fruitful responses, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that we have reached the end of this session. Therefore, as usual, we have to keep our memory in photo. So I would like to invite all the audiences to participate in the photo taking session. Please turn on your camera. Technical team, are you ready? Okay. All right, 1, 2, of course, smile. Once again. 1, 2, smile. Okay, maybe we have another more, right? One more. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Everyone, thank you so much. The photo session is done. The webinar is almost around the corner, kan? All right, so sorry because of the technical issues just now. Hopefully, no, what do you call that? No regrets to follow, to join this webinar. Okay, on behalf of Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu, I would like to express our highest gratitude and appreciations to every one of you here today. We hope that this can enrich your knowledge and skills afterwards. Thank you so much, guys. But before that, before I pass the mic to our handsome boy, MC, I would like to deliver this very short summary of our webinar today. From our session today, we have drawn a few conclusions. Although the pandemic might have ended, the after effects are here to stay. Therefore, first of all, providing sufficient training and support to teachers or educators is essential, imperative. As an educator, we need to arm curbs with relevant knowledge pertaining to teaching and learning post-pandemic. The pandemic has broadened the horizon technically, mentally, and psychologically. That much can be said for the students. Secondly, adjustment is inevitable. We have to adjust our perspective concerning teaching and learning, methods, the course designs, and the like. Lastly but not least, we must embrace technology whether we like it or not. Blended learning is here to stay. Pandemic taught us that we have alternative in the way we conduct our TNL session. We can never fully go back to learning mode pre-pandemic. Post-pandemic education requires a shift in perspectives and approach. Thank you so much, guys. See you in the future. Back to Mr. Adrian.
Thank you to the ever exuberant moderator, Mr. Azrin. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now come to the closing ceremony of this event. For that, I would like to invite everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
Tanah tumpahnya
Thank you, and please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now we present to you the closing remarks by Yang Berusaha, Mr. Abdul Razak bin Muhammad Daim, the Deputy Director of Academic of Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu, Sabah.
Yang Berusaha Encik Dullah bin Muluk, Director of Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu. Yang Berusaha Technologies Captain Muhammad Sadikin bin Awangadi alias Jumaat, Academic Support Deputy Director Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu. Yang dihormati Haji Rafidah binti Ahmad, Head of General Studies Department Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu, the Management of Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu, the Management of Faculty of Education of UITM Shah Alam, International Webinar on Post-Pandemic Pedagogy and Curriculum participant, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Adrian, our MC for today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and salam PKK Unggul. Good morning and a warm welcome to Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, or as we fondly refer to as PKK. It is either the great pleasure and honor to welcome everyone to say you practice in this international webinar on post-pandemic pedagogy and curriculum. This webinar aims to bring together leading academic scholars, research scholars to exchange and share their experiences on all aspects of pedagogy and curriculum. It also provides the premier interdisciplinary platform for educators to gain recent innovation, trends, and concerns as well as practical challenges, encounter and solution adapted in the curriculum. First and foremost, on behalf of Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu, I would like to thank and express my appreciation to the director and community of this program. I am happy to note that this program is made possible through the effort of the General Studies Department PKK. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this international webinar on post-pandemic pedagogy and curriculum aims to gain insight into sharing, particularly from the Southeast Asian region. This program also opens ideas for all participants, particularly educators and teachers, to inspire students in the classroom dealing and living in today's endemic period. For your information, there are altogether 5 outstanding educators presenting at this webinar. Different nationalities and background, however, they share the same intent to provide impactful lesson in the classroom. Alhamdulillah, the force is the helpful that is could be a leading platform for all lecturers and academicians. I sincerely wish that this webinar will be able to inspire powerful and outstanding educator teachers in the future. PKK has taken the initiative to help the Ministry of Higher Education to plow hand in hand with the technical and vocational education training, Tibet's strategic plan, and I am proud to announce this collaboration will help PKK to produce more highly skilled workmanship in the international level. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to say my deepest congratulations and appreciation toward the International Webinar on Post-Pandemic Pedagogy and Curriculum Committee in performing their best to succeed this program. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Razak, for the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very fruitful event, and we are lucky to have 5 competent speakers to share with us the topics regarding the post-pandemic impact and challenges in education. For that, we would like to convey our heartiest gratitude to Dr. Khadijah Said Hashim, Puan Norhanum Awang, Mrs. Rita Maidom Lampadan, Dr. Darren Benjamin Lu, and Dr. Malaizeti Sheikh Abdul Hamid. Thank you for spending your valuable time with us. I would also like to congratulate all the events committee for their hard work and dedication to make this event possible and successful. Great work, everyone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here is a reminder from the events committee. For information, the link of the program evaluation form has been opened, and all participants are required to fill in the form as a prerequisite to obtain the e-certificate for this program. Okay, before we end this event, I would like to invite everyone once again to turn on your camera for a photo session to commemorate this day. Again, I would like to invite everybody to turn on your camera for a photo session. Okay, first take. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles, everyone. Okay. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. Another one. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you and have a blessed afternoon until we meet again. Take care, everybody. Bye.